Christopher Nolan says Homer's original Odyssey ending was so grim and misogynistic that it had to be altered for the film. This is the ending in the book. You can listen to the end.
Your part is now to tell me of the women, those who dishonored me and the innocent. His own old nurse, Eurycleia, said, I will then. Child, you know you'll have the truth from me. 50, all told, they are, your female slaves, trained by your lady and myself in service, wool carding, and the rest of it, and taught to be submissive. 12 went bad. Flouting me, flouting Penelope too. Telemachus being barely grown, his mother would never let him rule the serving women. Tell those women who were the suitors' harlots to come here. Then he called Telemachus to his side and the two herdsmen. Sharply Odysseus said, these dead must be disposed of first of all. Direct the women. Tables and chairs will be scrubbed with sponges, rinsed and rinsed again. When our great room is fresh and put in order, take them outside, these women, between the roundhouse and the palisade, and hack them with your sword blades till you cut the life out of them, and every thought of sweet Aphrodite under the rutting suitors when they lay down in secret. As he spoke, here came the women in a bunch, all wailing, soft tears on their cheeks. They fell to work to lug the corpses out into the courtyard, under the gateway, propping one against the other as Odysseus ordered, for he himself stood over them. In fear, these women bore the cold weight of the dead. The next thing was to scrub off chairs and tables and rinse them down.
All the blood.
Telemachus and the herdsmen scraped the traitors floor with hose, but made the women carry out all blood and mire. That's smart. When the great room was cleaned up once again, at sword point, they forced them out between the roundhouse and the palisade, pell-mell, to huddle in that dead end without exit. Telemachus, who knew his mind, said curtly, I would not give the clean death of a beast to trulls who made a mockery of my mother, and of me too, you sluts who lay with suitors. He tied one end of a hawser to a pillar and passed the other about the roundhouse top.
They don't make them the way they used to, I'll tell you that. Oh, wow!
So that no one's toes could touch the ground. They would be hung like doves or larks in springes, triggered in a thicket where the birds think to rest, a cruel nesting. So now in turn each woman thrust her head into a noose and swung, yanked high in air, to perish there most piteously. Their feet danced for a little, but not long. From storeroom to the court they brought Melanthius, chopped with swords to cut his nose and ears off, pulled off his genitals to feed the dogs, and raging hacked his hands and feet away. As their own hands and feet called for a washing, they went indoors to Odysseus again. Their work was done. He told Eurycleia, bring me brimstone and a brazier, medicinal fumes to purify my hall. Then tell Penelope to come and bring her maids. The first thing is to purify this place. And all the servants came now, bearing torches in twilight, crowding to embrace Odysseus, taking his hands to kiss, his head and shoulders, while he stood there, nodding to everyone, and overcome by longing and by tears. After they murdered everybody, they all cried together tears of happiness to know that finally the evil is dead. Christopher Nolan has said, so here in Homer's Odyssey, after the suitors are killed, Odysseus forces 12 female servants to haul away the corpses and scrub the blood from the hall. Then he orders their execution. Telemachus refuses them an honorable death by the sword and hangs them instead. The reason why they try to remove this type of messaging is because they don't want people in the West to realize that this is their heritage.
And the movie was R-rated anyways.
I want to center it on that and make it feel very fresh for modern audiences.
Please explain, why did he kill the females? They were traitors sleeping with the suitors that were trying to destroy his house. That's the reason why. Yeah, duh. The Odyssey has officially overtaken Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, on Rotten Tomatoes. Christopher Nolan's Odyssey sits at 95% reviews, edging past Return of the King. The Odyssey also leads with 97% popcorn meter score from verified ratings, compared to Return of the King's only 86%. Rotten Tomatoes says the Odyssey is a 97% score. The raw JSON data proves that it's actually 56%. See the real numbers for yourself on the Odyssey page. A few lines down, you'll see JSON data block that looks like this, the liked count and not liked count, extracting the true pull score. Summary: out of the 886 active Rotten Tomatoes users who, at the time of this writing, navigated to the site on their own to write the Odyssey, 56% rated it positively. The current generated 97% score displayed so prominently prominently is simply an artifact of a push notification pipeline heavily biased towards opening weekend ticket buyers. So apparently Emily Wilson was mixed on the Odyssey. This is exactly the twist the culture war needed. Basically, she was the one that made the 2017 translation of the Odyssey, the Foyd edition. She questioned a range of omissions to the incoherent messaging that both condemns war and physical cowardice. Very modern.
And he seems to feel bad about being a warrior, and we never actually get to see him doing much warrioring, which I thought in a way was a bit of a shame. And I think that's one of the big challenges for Nolan, right?
Yeah.
Is that he has to make the protagonist a likable all-American hero, basing this on a poem where the hero is not necessarily motivated by being a nice suburban parent, but actually by, he wants glory, and he wants to get spoils from the sack of a city.
So even she's criticizing it? That's funny.
Going back to the poem and looking at, okay, what fuels all this? What's sort of there behind it? The golden rule, the idea that, you know, treat others as you would be treated, the glue that binds society together. The more I thought about it, the more that became important. And society can only function with respect for strangers. It's a point of connection with this text of 3,000 years ago that isn't just a great adventure story, but it's also a kind of ethical and moral foundation that connects us to a very different time.
It's crazy that you can say that about the Odyssey when everything in the Odyssey is the exact opposite of this. They're literally sailing across the fucking ocean to steal a bitch back. They raid a city, kill everybody in the fucking city. Then they said, all right, well, everybody's dead here. I guess let's go back home. And then he gets back to his own house. There's a bunch of fucking foreigners there, and he had to kill them all.
And society can only function with respect for strangers.
You know, the first stops that Odysseus make after sacking Troy is when they go just across the isthmus and sack another town and kill all the men and enslave all the women. And moving on, that's the first thing they do in the course of the journey home.
Of course.
They want to get more booty and get more spoils.
Duh, that's what they do. Obviously.
I think it's a film that has some interest in shame, but I don't think it has any interest in glory.
Wow. It has interest in shame, but it has no interest in glory. That is actually fucking... That is savage. Spain is having there is a cultural enrichment program happening right now in Spain. Let's take a look at it.
Really wild video here. Chaos at the border of Spain's North African enclave in Morocco. This is a city called Ceuta. You're watching as thousands of migrants.
So basically, there's like, okay, like I don't understand fucking Spanish politics, all right? But my understanding of this is that there is part of Morocco that is Spain, and it's on the very edge, right? And on that part, if they can go to that part, then they can spawn in base Spain. So basically, it's kind of like if you get to the extraction zone, you can get back to base, and the base is now Spain. So this is Spain. You can see because it says Spain. Isn't like it's like over here, right? Yeah, here it is. So this is right here. This is the extraction zone. And you can see this is the part of Spain, okay? The tip, yeah, it's just the tip, all right? I didn't know it was so small. This is my first time looking at it. I vaguely know about this, but I'm not really a fucking expert. And you can see the reason why they have this, right? I mean, Spain's literally right fucking here. So it's just the tip. It is. This is, guys, it's just the tip. It's the very, very, you could even call it the, never mind. Let's move on. So you can look at this, and how does it look? It looks like basically, you know what it looks like? It looks like PUBG. It does. It looks like PUBG. And so let's take a look at another one. Okay, and this also, right. Okay, looks like, again, PUBG. And over here, this is, yeah, okay, got it. And so, but you can go into here. I don't know what these cities look like. I mean, this is very clearly Spain, right? I mean, you look at this, like, look at the Todo, Papalumo, Patricia. Like, I mean, guys, that's Spanish. All right, like I don't know Spanish, but that's Spanish. So, and, but yeah, exactly. It's actually Counter-Strike. Maybe it is. And it's Pokemon. I think she's Moroccan. I'm not really sure. But anyway, okay, this is not so good, right? And so this is basically what they did, is they would get to this extraction zone, and then they could respawn in the main base. You understand? And this right here is the main base. It's called Spain, okay? Do you see how all these things fit together? You see? Now you're in the main base. Okay, good. So let's watch. I just want you guys to understand the geography of what this problem is. How does this make any sense? It doesn't. That's why it's news.
Break through the fence and completely overwhelm the border police.
And we saw
this video showing huge groups of people, mostly young military-age guys, cramming into inflatable tubes or arriving on shore another way. Some of them waiting in the water as they break through the gates.
You know,
to
there's
get
a
to the
movie.
other side.
It was called World War Z, and this reminds me of that movie.
Right, Sandra, this is reminiscent of kind of what we saw during the open border during the Biden administration through 2021, 2024.
This happened in America every day.
In 2021. The socialist agenda, their platform literally says they want to abolish borders, abolish immigration.
They're going to bring in infinity Africans, and then they're going to vote in themselves. They're going to vote these Africans to have infinity levels of welfare. And then after that, well, then the Africans can never not vote for them because they're going to get infinite welfare.
Enforcement, have complete freedom of movement. This is what it looks like in another country. If
Look
they
at all these young children. Well, they're all 12 years old. You're going to put these guys in middle schools in Spain
without any obstruction.
Yeah.
And if people don't know, Spain has a very left-wing government. Earlier this year, they did a big amnesty program for over 1 million illegal immigrants living in the country. They had 1.3 million illegal immigrants apply for that amnesty program between April and June. So that's what we call a pull factor, Sandra. They're looking for something like that.
Actual
They know if
invasion.
they can just get their foot in the country. Maybe
this is like Normandy, but nobody has a gun.
someday that left-wing government will do another amnesty program. And you were just reading some of the wires. The locals want an emergency declaration. It sounds like
Shall add something fun? Oh, I don't hate these guys. The guys that are doing this, like, if I was in Morocco, if I was in the Congo, if I was in Zimbabwe, and I heard that I could get to Spain, and then Spain would give me a house and like a hot Spanish wife, I would be trying to get to Spain too. Like, I don't see, this is the reason why I don't hate them. It's because they have no obligation to Spain. Like, I don't hate the Chinese for trying to subvert America, but I hate Americans for allowing and agreeing with the Chinese when they're trying to subvert America. Like, I recognize that everybody has their own internal, like, best interest in mind with everything. So when I see these guys coming over, I have no ill will towards them. You have to leave. You've got to go back. I don't want you here, but I don't hate you. I just don't want you in the fucking country. That's it. Does that make sense? They're invaders? Well, you have to look at it from their perspective. Spain is a foreign country that from their, like, they don't even understand the concept of that. They have no idea about this. They're just going to try and show up wherever the fuck they can get free stuff. It's not complicated, right? Understanding is different than approving. I hate them. I know, and there's a lot of people that do. I'm just giving you my 2 cents on it.
And
that's the way I feel.
Military to the
I'm not saying
Apparently
you
they
should
don't
feel
think
the
this
same
is
way.
I mean, look at this. This is a total free-for-all.
It does feel like we are looking at a few years ago when you were reporting at the border here in the United States. This is happening right now. This story is breaking right now. And you're not just talking about hundreds, thousands of migrants are pouring over the borders as we speak.
Yeah, and again, I mean, just look here. Do you see any women or children? I mean, most people would call these folks so-called asylum seekers. These are all young guys just flooding into the country and overwhelming what, if any, border there is. It looks like there's just kind of a small barbed wire fence or something like that. But you can see the Spanish government was caught completely off guard here, and you have thousands of these men.
They're not caught off guard. This is genetic. This is engineered, like, systematically. They want this to happen. It's allowed. Yeah, exactly. Like, why do you have a system like this? It's in order to allow this to happen.
I mean, it literally looks like...
It's like what, I think Elon said this, like, a system's purpose is what it does. There you go.
You often hear the word
I agree.
invasion, but it literally looks like one here. Look at that. I mean, you see the border fence there. They're all just going around it. And again,
the head of Spain's civil guard is calling this absolute chaos. In a brand new interview, he said, quote, "It's not possible to give precise numbers, but there are thousands of migrants crossing right now." He added,
look at that. Oh my God. And this is my opinion, by the way. Imagine if you didn't live in America, how hard would you try to get here? The rest of the world sucks that bad. I can't blame them, but I still don't want them here illegally or really at all. We are already overpopulated. We're not even overpopulated. I just don't want them here. Yeah, like I feel the same way, but I don't think we're overpopulated. I just don't want them here, period, right? But what actions would you take? This seems like it just suddenly happened. I just figure out, if I was Spain, I'd just send in the military, remove every single one of these people, put them in, camps before they get shipped back to somewhere in Africa, right? I'd make a treaty or some sort of an agreement with some African country that if you couldn't be shipped back to your country of origin, we're just going to send you to whatever the biggest PvP. You're going to Sudan. You're getting hot dropped in Sudan. That's what's going to happen. And then I would also revert and revoke everybody's amnesty. Like all of the people, because obviously if you were given amnesty, you can easily find out who those people were, right? Because you have to give them paperwork. And so you just find out all those people and then you just undo it. You just literally take it away again and then send them back. All right, could try Syria, send them there. Well, apparently Syria's getting their shit together, at least from what I hear.
That the border
there's incentive for them to go
collapse.
Just shoot them. I want to shoot them.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. And for folks who don't know where this is a small Spanish city, autonomous in North Africa. It's actually in Morocco, but it does have Spanish autonomy. It's called Ceuta.
Yeah.
So this is
the one. Again, I'm just taking, going back just so you guys understand this. This is it, right? Very, very small place. Extremely small place. Surprisingly small, actually.
On the mainland of Spain, but these images, we've been looking at them on social media all morning. It's just stark to see that there is no resistance whatsoever. I mean, at least in Del Rio back in 2021, when those 20,000 Haitians were crossing the river, similar images to this, you had some border patrol there. Yeah. You had Texas DPS there trying to stop them. Here in Spain, there is absolutely nothing stopping these folks from wading ashore.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, Poland shoots people that try to come into the border. I'm not opposed to shooting people that come into the border. I'm not. Sure. Yeah, if a country wants to do that. No, I would not want to do that. I wouldn't want to do that. I think that making a country inhospitable to these people basically would limit this down to very much zero. But they don't. I've seen this happen. Yeah, I don't see why not. Yeah, I mean, these people are invading into the country. You don't know whether this person has a bomb or not. Yeah, I think if a country wants to shoot them, it's completely justified. It's totally fine.
Climbing the fences. And Sandra, look at that in the background. I mean, there are thousands upon thousands
Saving
of these men
Private
just flooding
Ryan.
the country.
Yeah. Has to be coordinated, right? Yeah, of course it's coordinated. Well, so this is probably what happens, right? If I had to guess, this is what probably happens in Morocco or in these other places, is that there are probably different levels of... This is me making stuff up, okay? Like, I'm now making things up, but, just kind of bear with me here. Is that what I think is probably happening is that all of these people are doing this. All of these people are doing this, and they're being, in one way or another, allowed to do this by people that are probably business owners, probably industrial business owners in Spain that are able to utilize this labor. And so those industrial business owners probably have some sort of foul play that enables people that are, maybe activists, right? Because there are activists that want to bring these people into Spain. There are humanitarians. They think that, Spain is evil And so we have to be punished, right? And Europe has to be punished, America has to be punished for the evils of colonialism by being colonized themselves, right? And this is just like what happens. So they're being used as useful idiots by these big companies, because the companies know that they'll import in a bunch of cheap labor. And then what I think happens is it's the same thing that happens with the southern border in America, where you have coyotes. And what are coyotes? Not the dogs, but there are guys that help families and groups of people cross from Mexico into America because they know different routes and areas. Now, this is obviously a horrible thing. It's terrible because there's huge amounts of sexual violence, rape, child abuse. Like, for example, there's a story, and, a lot of these things are like uncorroborated, so it's hard to know whether it's true, where they threw a baby into a lake in order to distract Border Patrol, because they knew the Border Patrol for America would focus on getting the drowning baby out of the lake instead of actually stopping the other people from crossing into America. So, I mean, these people are not, this is not a good thing, but there are probably organizers in Morocco that take a very small amount of money or resources from each one of these people. Like, let's say each person here gives them $10, okay? So you have like 1,000 people that give you $10. Okay, well, that's $10,000. And, maybe you're also being funded by other groups as well. So you have the money to buy one of these boats. And then you give them these boats and you tell them, listen, on, like May 3rd, everybody needs to show up at 7 a.m. because you're all going to Spain at the same time. And the reason why they probably all do it at the same time is because if you have such a deluge of these people, so many of these people, a flood of them, that it will be functionally impossible for Spain to stop that from happening. That's probably what happens. Like, and I'm making all of this up. But I'm just thinking about, like, if I was trying to do this, how would I do this? That's how I would do it. Send in the military? Well, Spain doesn't want to do that. That's the reason why. I mean, like, obviously, I agree with you, but they don't want to do that because they're afraid. So here's some more images of it, right? An emergency has now been declared in the Spanish city of Ceuta after tens of thousands of illegal migrants break in from Morocco. I don't think anybody has the number correctly, but there it is. Pedro Sanchez is refusing to deploy the military to defend the borders. Well, he's never going to. He's not going to do that. Here's another video. Look at that. Look at all those people. And that's the same image that we just saw earlier, right? Look at this. It's like 300, yeah. Lefty Spain leader gives these migrants citizenship so they can freely roam the EU. Well, yeah, I mean, but Europeans want that. Europeans want to be invaded by migrant Africans and then have these people live on social welfare and rape people. That's what they want. That's what Europeans want. Let me turn this down. No, we don't. Enough of you guys do. Enough of you guys do, and I'm sick of hearing that you don't. Whenever I see all these protests, like, why is it that these other parties are popular? Like, there's people voting for these other parties. You need to reconcile the fact that a lot of people in your country agree with this. And until you can acknowledge that reality, you're going to continue living in a fantasy. You don't realize how problematic this is. The women? Well, what are you going to do about it? Because if you don't do something about it, eventually these people, there are two conclusions to this. One of them is less violent than the other, but both of them are violent. The first solution is that you bring in the military and you forcibly remove all of these people as easily and as frictionlessly as possible, right? You try to avoid any sort of big problems and you just remove them. The second thing that could happen is that there will eventually be a power struggle. And this is what's going to happen in all of these countries. These people are coming from cultures and from areas that are profoundly and fundamentally different than Europe. They are. They're completely different. And so there will be a power struggle in which one side will win and another side will lose. That's it. Those are the two outcomes. They want a war? Well, that's what's going to happen. Spain's problem is part of the party that's not in government, the minorities are. I don't know about that. Saying Europe wants this because a few countries is like saying the U.S. wants migrants because of California and New York. Yeah, I know. We have a huge problem with those people. Like, I'd agree with you, Jack. I think that we have a huge issue, and it's a massive problem that there's so many people in America that think that, you know, America is founded by immigrants, so we have to let our borders open and let in every single immigrant. I think it's a huge problem. Like, I talk about that constantly every single day. Like, there is no bigger problem and a bigger threat to America than American voters. That's the big problem. Every other problem is downstream from that problem. All I'm saying is that, and also, by the way, when I say Europe, I apologize to my Polish viewers and a handful of the other based European countries that don't put up with this shit. I don't mean you guys, okay? I'm talking about the UK, France, Germany, Spain, and Portugal. Ireland. It's in the UK, but yeah, Netherlands. I don't know about Netherlands. So I'm talking about Europe as a country. I do think that, by the way, I do think that there is a collective European conscience to a degree. Like, there definitely is. And I think that why is this happening in all of these European countries at the same time? I think it's because of World War II. I'm speaking as an outsider. I'm giving my opinion. This is what I've observed. Look at them all. Oh my God. This is World War II guilt? It is. It's because globalists have bought the governments? Nope. It's because the people are stupid. The people are stupid and they're ruled by emotion, fear, and thoughtlessness. That's the actual problem. You have democratic representative governments here. You can't blame everything on the globalists. At a certain point, you have to contend with the person that's the problem is your neighbor. The person that's the problem is the people at your grocery store. It's not some shadow government in the EU that are out there protesting and holding up signs saying immigrants and refugees welcome. Those are your neighbors doing that. And until you're ready to reconcile and deal with that problem itself, you're not ready to solve this. That's the way it is. Look at this. There's another one. There's too many people showing up at the same time for this to be organic. You're confusing two things. Look at all those people. Oh my God. Jesus. It's a lot of fucking people, man. Your mind is too US centered. You just can't comprehend that Europe does not have real elections. Europe doesn't have a real... What country in Europe doesn't have a real election? Like, what does that mean to you? Because I'm either going to learn something or you're going to learn something. Somebody's about to learn something. I think a lot of you guys in European countries, not all European countries, but some European countries, you need to reconcile the reality that maybe even if you didn't vote for this, there is a large and sizable, very, very big group of people that support this level of immigration, and they support these problems. And the reason why is that I think they are ideologically captured by, white guilt or some sort of post-war guilt. And I think that that problem itself is the most detrimental and the most extreme problem that you have. Because every other problem is derived from that problem. That's my point. Women and simps? Okay, well then what are you going to do about it? Like, again, like, if you just acknowledging the problem is not enough. You need a solution to either solve this problem, or you are going to have your country colonized by a bunch of Africans. Like, there's one way or another way. There's no middle ground here. These people are not going to have a middle ground. Now, bro, it's just young women feeling good about themselves for not being racist. Then what are you going to do about that? I understand that. At a certain point, these questions need to be answered. It's like governments, and our governments are elected by the people, and amazingly enough, they always vote the same. Yeah, it's not just young women. There are men who want this too. I know that. This is being actively enabled by the government. These people are being forced to vote for Sanchez. It's the only way for them to stay in power. I'm Spanish. So are you telling me that? Let me see. Can I pull this guy up? Are you saying that, like, whenever you say these people, are you saying these Africans that are being let in? Most being of Europe, nothing will stop them going to the U.S. I don't even need to go that far. Is that what you're saying? No, you're not getting banned. Like, I'm asking you a question. It's part of the agenda, Muslims, yes? Okay, so basically you're saying that they're letting all of these people into the country in order to create a voting block. And this is somebody from Spain. Or at least it says they're from Spain, right? Because I want to hear it from somebody that's not just me saying this, okay? That's the reason why I'm asking, all right? I want to hear somebody else that's not me say this. This has been going on in Spain for almost a year now. No, I've talked about it for, like, the past, 6 months. Yes, sir. Okay, we had a situation a few years ago. Our military literally guided them towards the mainland. Oh, my God. Wow. Wow. Look at them all. Oh my God. And you see they're going around the wall. World War Z? I told you, man. Look at them all. It just keeps going. Jesus. Oh my God. Is that the end of it? Holy. It's all men too, no females and no kids. Yeah, I know. Look at them. They're climbing on top of each other and shit. It's just like an amalgamation of people. Look at that. Can you imagine how it smells? Oh my God. What is this? Wow. They're all men. I don't see a single woman at all. Wow. That's insane. They opened the gate for them? Yeah, probably they did. Yeah, women can't swim? No, I think it's that the women get sexually assaulted and raped by the men that are there. The same as what happens here with, like, southern border crossings. And so the women aren't there because they don't want to get, constantly gang raped. That's probably the reason why there's not a lot of women there. If I had to guess. Like, I understand I'm being kind of, graphic with this, but I think it's the truth. Less than 80 years ago, these men would have been killing for invading Spain. In 2026, Pedro Sanchez gives them free housing, clothes, and citizenship. I don't see.
حول ولا قوة إلا بالله اللي يمكننا نقوله وطبعا يعني خطورة بكل كلمة معناه ولكن لا فريق عندهم رأي آخر باغيين يدخلوا بين أسلاك ضيقة ولكن اللي يعطى الله هو اللي يعطى الله هو هذا نطلب لطفك يا الله نتمنوا من الله أنها تكون طبعا ناس كتغامر بحياتها من أجل ارتماء في البحر اتجاه المجهول مبدئيا باش نكونوا.
Well, the thing is that, yeah, 3 women on a boat crossing in the UK died yesterday. It's eventually they all died of heart attacks. Look it up, it's crazy.
واضحين لأن عدد كبير تبارك الله ديال هاد سواء المغاربة أو الأفارقة في اتجاه المعبر الحدودي والسلسلة موجة بشرية بكل كلمة معناه نساء ورجال شباب
وشابات. You know
وشابات.
who would have solved this problem, by the way? We actually had the solution. We had the guy. Yeah, I mean, Vlad the Impaler, too. You're right about that. But, I mean, like, I'm talking about somebody that's more recent. The CIA killed him. I don't know who killed him. He warned about it. Isn't it crazy that he was right? Obama did that on purpose? Yeah, they should have never killed this guy. He was holding them in Libya, not Morocco? Yeah, I know that. Yeah, he was the president of Libya. Let me see this. Wow. I gotta see some more of these. Man. Kinetic intervention would solve this problem? I mean, yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. I mean, it's an invasion. It is absolutely an invasion. The Civil Guard Patrol sneaks dozens of Moroccans. Wait, Civil Guard?
Está llegando a la playa una embarcación.
I don't know what they're saying. They're not speaking American. I don't know what the fuck this is.
Guardia Civil, que como ves no cabe una persona más.
Rescatando a gente que se ahogaba.
Under flying smoke grenades? I don't know about that. If Spain can deal with this, how the hell can they support NATO? I don't know. Look at that. Because eventually there will be a critical mass of enough of these people in Spain that they can enable themselves to seek political power and to vote and enable that political power. That's where things are going. That's what's going to happen. I think that's the point where the violence starts. Uh-oh. It's fake. It's a deleted scene from the Odyssey. Yeah. Definitely. They were rescuing people that were drowning? Yeah? Why? I mean, I'm sorry, but maybe this is going to come off as insensitive. If you drown on your way over to invading a country, I call that natural selection. Just let them die. Yeah. These things have a way of working themselves out. It's a positive outcome? Yeah, like, what are we doing? More suicidal empathy. So embarrassing. Sleeping with the fishes? Yeah. The worst part about this is it'll increase racism. Well, unironically, it will. Oh my God! Bro! Holy shit! Oh my God. Y'all used to be the conquistadors, and now you're being conquistadored. How did this happen, man? Like, y'all were fucking running shit. You guys were going around like you got half of South America speaking Spanish. Like, what the fuck is going on? Come on, guys. Remember Cortez? Pizarro? What happened? Bro. Spain had the best navy for 100 years? Did they? I thought it was always the British. I didn't know about that. Never heard that before. Dude, the beginning of this, dude, where they're just pouring in. Oh my God, look at that. Wow. That's nuts. Where are they gonna live? On the other side of the wall. They're gonna live on the other side of the wall, guys. Apocalypse in Spain, Christian Europe is under attack. They're coming from the oceans, they're coming from the mountains, they're coming from the sea, they're coming from the walls, they're climbing around the walls, they're coming over the walls. Bro, it's actually insane. Look at this. Jesus. Hamas broke into Israel just like this, but with only 3K people. Look what they managed to do on October 7th. People don't understand. They're just lucky. These people don't want to do immediate harm. Well, yeah, but I mean, like, here's the truth. I mean, if they started shooting people, they'd all run away. They would. They would. Like, if like, let's say you see these people that are out on the horizon and they're coming towards you, and you fire a few shots, like 4 or 5 people drop, everybody else is going to turn around, okay? You think they're going to start running towards machine gun fire? This is, yeah, like, come on, guys. They run faster? I don't think so. I think they turn around. They don't shoot because they're allowing this? I know. This is a pretty good image. That's what they did back then, yeah. Raffle, you can't do that? You can't just do that. Well, okay, well, they can't just come over here. Well, yeah, but it's always the double standards. Yeah, you can. You do whatever you want. It's the Jews' fault? Yes. Why would the Jews do this to Spain? This is a late World Cup celebration. It is funny how every single riot I see in EU, I don't know whether it is a celebration for a football game or it's it's like a migrant invasion. I mean, they look identical. Spain's enclave of Ceuta, which is raided today under state of emergency. Residents are locked down, and the only illegal Moroccans on the street are playing in children's playgrounds. Oh my God. Imagine you're going to take your kid to the playscape, and there's just like 20 Moroccans. Whoa, no. Look at me! Look at me! I'm European! I'm Spanish now! Hey! You gotta admit though, right? For these guys, it's probably the best day of their life. Like, you actually got in, you're in Spain now, you probably have been trying to do this for years. It finally happens. They are on cloud 9. They're so happy. Mm-hmm. It's like Disneyland. Yeah, they made it to the... this is like them reaching Agartha, okay? Can't really blame them. I don't blame them. I blame the government. I blame the government for letting this happen. We are already attempting. I blame the government for letting this happen. I don't blame the... I blame the government. I blame the government for letting this happen. We are already attempting to enter. Oh God. They're trying to climb into people's houses. It is a zombie invasion. Oh man. And so it begins. Trojan horses have entered? No, because there's not a horse. They're just the Trojans. Well, actually, no, because they're the ones that had the horse. But you see what my point is, right? I mean, it's like, imagine Troy just opens the gates and they're like, well, you know, we can't just let them all sit out there on the beach, okay? It's the Greeks. Yeah, we can't just let them do that. It wouldn't be hospitable for us. So, where are these? The government of Cuba has released a video asking Spain to declare a state of emergency, deploy the army to the enclave, and fully close the borders. Sanchez deliberately ignored the requests and warnings about the coming invasion, leaving them no choice but to make these appeals public. I'm going to read the agreement adopted today by the Board of Spokespersons, an agreement that was unanimously approved by all spokespersons. It reads as follows.
La Junta de Portavoces, en reunión extraordinaria y urgente,
extraordinary urgent meeting held today,
30 de julio de 2026, atendido
in light of qualitative leap in the persistent massive influx of migrants into our city, which has been exacerbated in the recent hours by the mass entry on foot, bypassing the Tarajal breakwater, considers it urgent and unavoidable for the national government to adopt the following measures. Number one, the declaration of a national emergency under provisions of national security regulations. Dos, that's two. Send in the army, right? Yes. The closure of the aforementioned border. At the same time, we want to convey a message of serenity and calm to all citizens. Guys, I know if you look outside, it looks like there's a zombie horde invading. Please don't look outside. Please lock your door. Please shut your blinds. Please hide all of your belongings. Please make sure that you don't go outside. Everything's totally fine. There's nothing wrong. Just lock your doors and don't go outside.
No es la primera vez que Ceuta se ve en una situación límite como la actual. Pero, como en las anteriores, también en este caso la sociedad ceutí volverá a dar y está dando un ejemplo de madurez,
solidarity, resilience. They're united, we'll move forward. Yeah, well, there it is, guys. They've already been overthrown. Illegal immigrants into the European Union. I bet those support the invasion, if not all of them. What is this here? It's over. I'm so happy this is happening and it's so public and it's so gratuitous. I'm so happy because I know what's coming. I do. I know what's going to happen. I have a very, very, very strong certainty on what I think is going to happen. Long overdue. No spoilers? Yeah, I don't want to spoil it, guys. That way people don't tune in for the show. This is crazy. Do you think it'll be a war? Nope. No. I really don't think so. dude obviously had to add something. No, Sneako's trying to get in on this. Oh my god. Look at these. Jesus, look at these videos. Oh my god. You could hope it might go the other way. If it goes the other way, that's fine. That means it'll just serve as an example for everybody else not to let that happen. Yeah, I mean, and that might happen. I mean, it's very probable that something like that could happen. What's he saying? The rest of Europe is next, inshallah. This is the reason why people... You've shown your true colors. I mean, there it is. Appears to be Muslims build anything themselves, and Sneeko literally has to go. Oh man! And if you lost your damn mind, and this, by the way, a lot of people agree with this. They do. If there's no action from the leaders, native citizens will migrate away from their homes to more secure countries. Yeah, I think that probably will happen. He's rage baiting. I mean, but like that's been all he's been doing recently. And also, how do you even know these people are Muslim? You have no idea whether they're Muslim or not. And even if they are, like, I mean, I don't even understand, like, this is the dumbest thing about, like, Sneeko's, like, this, like, Muslim angle that he's going with all the time is, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure in the Quran it doesn't say that you can just invade some other random country and just show up there, right? I mean, obviously, there's probably things in the Quran that say respect your neighbors or something like that. It does? I don't know. Maybe I haven't finished reading it, okay? I haven't heard anything or read anything that it said that with, right? It does? Okay, well, you know, again, if that does, that's pretty bad. Let me see here. Oh, this is the one I already looked at. Spain's Interior Ministry has rejected the request to declare a national emergency, stating that immigration flows do not legally qualify as a risk to national security. Is that right? Wow.
So this Moroccan minister openly admitted...
Openly said it's not official policy, but
it's unofficial policy.
Yeah, discussion I had years ago with one minister from Moroccan government. I asked him, why is there 20-25% of all illegal crossings to Slovenia made by people coming from Morocco? The minister said, why do you are accepting them?
It's the right question. He asks the right question.
He is. Because they're taking over, and the funny thing is that we're letting it happen. Yeah, why are you accepting this?
I said yes, but still, why this number is significant? He said, frankly, if you want to know, many of those people are trying to escape justice. They are thieves, they're criminals, you know, and our legal system is that when we catch somebody doing those criminal activities...
I've heard the same thing from other people in the Middle East where they were telling me that, you know, like one of the groups of people that migrates to Europe are the people that can't get along in their home country. You know, think about the people, like, why is it always young men? Because young men are the ones that can't get along. Criminals? Not, I mean, not necessarily, but a lot of them, yeah.
Not the most severe, but, you know, those... It's
problematic
not
people.
To put him on trial, on jail. We wait a little. They're fleeing the country, going to you, you're accepting them, and this is your problem.
So this Moroccan minister openly admitted...
Openly said it's not official policy, but...
I don't have anything against the Moroccans for doing this because we're letting them do it. Like, yeah, it's annoying that they're doing this, but, I mean, like, you should be mad at your own government for letting him in. He's not even wrong.
It is.
But it's unofficial policy.
It's, I was totally
The left is accepting them with open arms.
Thank you for your frankness, but...
And they will never... This is one thing you need to understand about leftists, is that the tipping point and the boiling point with this is not that leftists will realize that they are wrong. It's that the people that already think that they're wrong will simply be willing to use methods and tactics that are extreme. You would say this, right? They will never, all of the refugees welcome people, it doesn't matter if they get raped, it doesn't matter if they get beat up, it doesn't matter what happens to them, they will never relinquish these views. They will never give up these views. So you can don't have the fantasy that, well, once things get bad enough, these people will understand it. No, they won't. They will not understand it. Now, whenever I say they, I'm talking in generalities, right? Obviously, it's not a 100-0 issue, but I think generally that's the case. They'll have to double down. That's all they have. The left doesn't think they're wrong. Yeah, no, they don't think so. And so there's a video. And also, like, yeah, thanks for your frankness, but I'm not declaring war in your country. That should have been how that conversation ended. Well, I don't know. Like, I don't think you need to bomb Morocco, right? Perfect example is COVID. Yeah, perfect example. Yeah, COVID's a great example.
Still, you know, you're exporting your problems to Europe, also to my country, and he repeated his first answer. Why do you're accepting?
Yeah, why are you accepting them? Exactly. Spanish military vehicles have been moving towards the border. Oh. It's obvious Sanchez is controlled by Israel. If Israel didn't exist and every Jew disappeared, these problems would still exist. You need to accept that these problems, like the red herring of Israel being the causal factor in every issue, is being done intentionally to misdirect you from the fact that there are a lot of other foreign hostile actors besides Israel that also want to subvert you and fill your country up with foreigners that they can use for votes so they can reallocate your resources to themselves. Israel is not the only country that's doing that. Prove it? Okay. There were wars and problems before 1948. So, like, it's pretty simple. What do you mean? These problems have been existing forever. I was being sarcastic. He threatened to nuke Israel? Oh, really? I mean, like, nowadays, everything is Israel. Is no way Sanchez isn't being paid by someone? I don't know, man. I have no idea. The situation is completely out of control. There's so many across the borders. About 5,000 people. First clashes. Oh, this is exciting. First clashes are broken out in the streets of Ceuta between Spanish citizens and Moroccan invaders. How many people are even in this country or in this area? Yeah, I have no idea. I'd probably bet 20,000. Wow. Okay, that's more. So, okay, it's densely populated. Okay, I get it. So, yeah, it's less than 80,000. It says 83,000. So, yeah, I mean, that's 5,000 people. They could easily fend that off. Cultural enrichment at work. That's great, guys. That's great. Wow. This is why the military's there? Well, Jesus. You sure they're happy? They're acting like they're angry? Well, there's enough of them that are okay with it. Let me see our powerless today and completely overwhelmed with thousands of migrants stormed the border today. It's absolutely an invasion. That's what Elon is saying. I agree with this. I think it's kind of obvious. Yeah. They'll arrest the natives before the illegals? Yeah, I know that. This is the vibe of those mass looting teen takeovers? Yeah, it does. Their own countries don't tolerate this shit, so they do it here? Yeah, that's exactly what happens. I mean, these people like criminals and other problematic people from like their home countries, and so they get sent out of the country, and so they're coming into Europe. Wow. The pariahs, basically? Yeah, probably. Check the map, they're just taking back their land? Well, I mean, if Spain's going to let them do that, yes, maybe Spain should leave. I don't know. But that's a different conversation. This is Germany annexing Poland moment? I don't know about that. Please look at what where Cuda is on the maps. Well, I know where it is. I looked at it on the map. I had the map open. It's literally right here. Yeah, you can see very clearly, like, this is Spain, and this is, yeah, it's in Morocco, and it's a small area. 80,000 people live here, and these are the people this is where they're going, and then they're going to probably find some way to go from here over to Spain. And you can see here, Gibraltar, right? This is it. So they're almost there. These third world shithole countries don't want bombs sent their way, then they shouldn't send their criminals our way. Well, here's the issue. The voters are not willing to do that. This is the problem. Voters are not willing to actually solve this problem with extreme measures. They're not. And until they are, hundreds of Spaniards gather in the plaza to protest the illegal migrant invasion. Uh-oh. I give you a lot of shit in chat for the nuances about Europe and stuff, but at least you talk about it. You try to understand our issues. No one else talks about it. Thank you, Baldy. The reason why, and I don't mind it, right? Because you guys are giving me, if there's something like the only thing that annoys me is that, like, whenever, like, somebody in Great Britain tells me that they have freedom of speech, I'm like, okay, slow down, all right? Slow down, Ernest Pennyworth, all right? Go post a Facebook meme and then you're going to go to jail. So I don't want to hear that. But at the same time, you know, I don't want to get things wrong either. Who said that? And the reason why I talk about this is because a lot of people in Europe can't talk about this. They can't talk about it, but they can listen to me talk about it, and they can agree and then be moved in that direction. Why do all these world leaders want civil unrest? Well, I mean, it's very, very simple, actually. It's super obvious. Local residents are taking to the streets to protect their homes. Oh my God. It's actually pretty scary seeing the kind of censorship in the first world. Yeah. Cause a problem, sell the solution. That's not why it's happening. I think their metagame is that, so this is a big issue, right? So you have, like, why do you have all of these? I'll just play the video, actually. Why do you have all this happening? I think you have this happening for, like, a number of reasons. The first one is World War II. I think that World War II created generational guilt in Europe that made all of the European people feel like they had a collective social, ethnic, and cultural guilt for allowing Hitler to rise. And it wasn't just Hitler, right? I mean, it was Mussolini as well, Franco, you know, like, it wasn't just one guy. So I think that there is a lot of post-war guilt that enabled conversations to be shut down against this. Because the moment that somebody says, well, I don't want these people in my country, now this is on the spectrum, it's perceived to be on the spectrum of, oh my God, that's like Hitler because Hitler didn't like certain groups of people. I think that's exactly what happened. Turn off the music. Yeah, let me turn it down a little bit. It is a little bit loud. Yeah, let me see here. And pussification. Yeah, so that's number one, right? And number two is that a lot of the governments there, they want to maintain power. And what their mindset is I think the same mindset that they have in the United States. I'm not sure about this, but this is what I think it is that they want to bring in all of these different voting populations and then activate them as ethnic voting blocks and then keep them dependent on welfare and then be the welfare givers. So these people have to continuously vote for them in order to continue existing in the country. They can't vote? Well, of course they can. They just can't vote immediately. Like, I mean, what do you mean they can't vote? Don't you think about this for more than 3 seconds? This isn't something that happens in one day. This is a plan that happens over 25 years. It happens over 25 years. It happens over 20 years. So I'll give you an example. So in the United States, illegal aliens in the country are counted on the census, which allocates votes and houses for the House of Representatives. So the House of Representatives, we have 3 different branches of government. The House of Representatives is basically the bigger your state is, the more representatives you have. So what happens if you have a census and then the census says that your state has 5 million illegal aliens? Well, you get an extra fucking vote. You get 2 extra fucking votes. So that's the way that they can also vote in the United States. And I'm not even talking about amnesty. I'm not talking about voter fraud. I'm not talking about anything else. I'm not talking about local elections. I'm talking about actual just systemic things that are just totally undeniable. That's so stupid. Well, yeah, it is stupid, but that's what's happening. Cheap slaves destroy workers' rights. Yeah, and that's why businesses are okay with it too, because they're bringing in cheap labor. If you can't get the votes at home because your policies sucked, import them from the third world. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening, and it's happening in America too. It's the same thing. Let me pause this one. We're gonna look at another one. These are people protesting. Man, sounds like playing Resident Evil 4. Yeah, I guess so. What's happening? I just joined. There is a small Spanish colony in Morocco called Ceuta that has been overrun by migrants. Literally thousands of migrants pouring into the country like a fucking zombie invasion. Like, I'm not even kidding. Look at some of these. Yeah, look at that. They're being conquered. They are. And they're letting it happen, too. Correction, illegal migrants? Yeah. Imagine getting invaded by zombies and cucked into not having guns for citizens. What do you think Spain's citizens should do? Block them at the port and shoot them if they get close to the mainland? I mean, I'm definitely not... Like, I would prefer not to shoot them, but if it came to it, I'd rather shoot them than have them come on shore. I would try to divert the boats. I'd try to use other forms of, you know, discouragement. But, like, if it goes between the choice of they either go on the shore or you shoot them, I'd be shooting them. That's what I'd do. You have to? Yeah. But I'd try other methods first, absolutely.
Oh, God.
one sec. Oh. I think at the screen. Yeah. Okay. Let's do it.
We don't know where he came from.
Oh my God.
But I'll tell you.
Again.
He built
Yep.
our village into a
And these were all voted by fans and viewers.
trained our army.
Can we turn the volume up?
An empire. I don't know where he's from. But if you think you can stop him, you're already dead.
There it is. So the amount of crash outs and shit that people have had over fucking these Pokemon people, oh my God, it's been fucking funny to watch. Stop having fun? Yeah, it's so funny. Watching them totally lose it.
We're drama farming today. Yeah, that's right. We're
I'm ready.
doubling
That's why I'm here. I'm good.
back because apparently Power World is broken people's minds. Instead of just celebrating the game for the success that it's found,
Yeah,
and
it did well.
also for the fact that Nintendo finally has a real competitor for Pokemon.
Yeah.
No, you have people that have fallen into psychosis.
There she is, girl, girl. Hey, do you have a crazy story?
They called an Amber Alert on me once.
Did you kidnap a child or something?
It was on me. They called it on me.
Oh, you were the child.
I met this guy online. I was 16 years old.
Oh, okay.
I told my parents I was going to go to a sleepover at my friend's house.
Yeah.
I was actually going to go on a flight to Texas to meet this guy.
Sounds lit. Sounds like a venture. Some white people.
I was going to pay my friend $60 to take me to the airport, but then he was like, I have this girl that I have a crush on. Can you, like, witchcraft to make her like me?
Did it work? How did that work?
I don't know. I actually kind of never spoke to him again after this.
Oh, well, that's okay. So, are you okay?
Yeah? The guy was messaging my dad pretending to be my friend's dad saying, she will have a great time with my daughter. This will be very nice.
That sounds
That's
like
like
a
how
normal
dads talk.
dad's talk.
Yeah.
Hey, dad, hello.
For some reason, my dad got suspicious, and that's the moment when my dad starts spam calling me. And they're taking off. Like, I can't stop the plane.
Yeah.
They already got rid of the big tube.
Oh, you're screwed when the tube's not
Yeah,
there.
that's
Once
what
the
they say.
tube is gone,
Drake and Josh Goes to Hollywood taught us that much.
I was on the plane like, everything will be okay. And I was trying to manifest it.
Did you really think that was gonna like?
Yeah, she's versed in witchcraft.
See, I manifested the guy's
You
love
don't
of his
even
life,
know
maybe.
if you did.
So I get to the airport. Police department's calling me. The FBI.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a plane right now.
Did your parents just buy you a flight back, or?
They called me and they're like, don't move, the police are coming to get you right now. I just hung up the phone and I turned it off and I went into airplane mode. And then we drive an hour to his mom's house.
Wow.
Second
Making it
location.
work.
So we're pulling into the driveway. Boom. Beams of light on us.
Whoa.
All the cops were around. They were in the dark hiding. They're in the shadows.
That's
like,
badass.
We didn't realize.
That's a movie. You live in a movie.
Yeah, like Batman.
Like Batman.
Yeah, that was me, Batman.
What did you learn from all of this?
What I learned?
Yeah. What did you learn from this? Morris, what about you? Can you give her some advice so she doesn't get into these problems again?
You didn't know you could go to Texas. You got everything you needed right there.
Right.
You got your dad, your mom. You know you got a little sister, brother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's gay.
Yeah.
Oh. Whatever. Boom. And then you're good.
Out here in the field. There she is, girl. Hey, do you have a crazy story?
They called an Amber Alert on me once.
Виждате, благодарение на тормоза върху мен, виждате какво се случва в съди.
I mean, is there any like good gaming company though? Real talk.
I mean, Riot Games is good at the communicating part, at least. I feel like.
True, actually, unironically true. Unpopular. Bro, you just said that because they shit on you on Twitter,
I played
Dante.
TFT and like Mortdog was the goat at that.
Well, okay, wait. Hold
True.
on. Wait, ASAP.
You just
Shit
got
on me
Drew
on
Levin,
Twitter?
and you got Drew Levin just like roasted you.
Yeah, but I didn't bother responding because I know that there's no point in arguing with them, bro. But let me ask you a question, ASAP. If engagement optimized matchmaking doesn't...
no.
Wait, ASAP, quick question. If engagement optimized matchmaking doesn't exist, why is the only reason why I even know about that term? Because I read about it in an official Riot file trademark.
What are you saying? Engagement? What the fuck did you say?
EOMM, he's talking about engagement optimized. matchmaking.
What does that mean?
They hold one of the patents. It's basically like he's saying that they're shadowly manipulating games to make you get the 50% win rate by like giving you some win streak, lose streak bullshit. Which is
Deadlock,
just,
same thing, yeah.
people say that, but like I don't think.
Wait, Azab, you genuinely believe Losers Queue's not real? Say on God.
No.
Okay, wait, Azab.
He won't say it.
Wait, no, we need to have a talk. Okay, League of Legends.
He didn't say on God, by the way.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Bro, I don't care.
Wait, hold on, Azab.
No, but
put it on your wife's. Okay, you have a wife. Put it on your wife's life that you think Losers Queue isn't a thing.
If I had to bet, like I would say it's overwhelmingly more likely that it doesn't exist. Sure, there's like a potential eventuality where it does exist, but like if I had to bet it, I would just bet everything I have that it doesn't, that it's not implemented.
Okay, so then I want you to say on my wife's life, I truly believe that it is not a thing. Just say that.
What the fuck?
No, because I'm willing to say that on my wife's, on my parents, on my cat's lives, I think Losers Queue is real, and I'm going to stand by that shit till I die. No,
bro,
I'm telling you. I'll put it on your life too. I'll put on your life. I'll put on Vegas's life. I'll put on everyone's life. On my own life.
Don't put me in totally gray, man.
No, but listen. Tell me that Azab. Tell me right now. Would you put it on anyone that you care about's life?
No, I wouldn't. I don't give a shit. It's like a video game, brother. I wouldn't. But like that's just like because it's a lose-lose scenario putting it. Like, why would you even say that?
No, because the thing is that it shows that you actually have true belief in what you're saying.
Right. Deep level of coping that we never even thought was possible. Scientists need to study this thing because, man, is it horrendous.
Yeah.
In the face of Power World's continued success, and oh man, is it successful, these people just won't let it be. Power World derangement syndrome, where regardless of the facts that are right in front of them, this
the reason why is they've invested so much emotions and caring into Pokemon that they can't bring themselves to acknowledge that Pokemon isn't perfect because they've been obsessed with it for 20 years. So it's like sunk cost fallacy.
Has to constantly be under attack. You have people accusing Power World and Pocket Pair of walking into Nintendo's offices and stealing assets right off of their desk. You got some people that are saying that regardless of what you're seeing online, don't believe a damn thing because this game, it's actually a failure. It's a flop. It's a laughing stock in most countries.
They're calling it Flop World.
You guys just don't see it because it's not real.
Yeah.
And even if this game is popular, well, the only reason why is because of internet grifters and YouTubers. Thank you.
They're probably thinking about me. Like, anytime that I play a video game, like, my Power World videos were really popular. Like, they had, like, millions of views and shit. And they really did not like that. People did not like the fact that I played that game. They were fucking furious. And, like, especially whenever it first came out. Oh, my God.
That are only rallying the troops and trying to get people to play this game.
They have the same energy for Digimon.
One reason.
Yeah, they were kind of negative about Digimon.
To make Pokemon fans mad.
Yep.
Guys, that's just a side benefit. The ego on these guys is just absolutely absurd. What many people fail to realize is the vast majority of people that are playing Power World right now, they're Pokemon fans or former Pokemon fans. Or they're people that have always wanted to get into one of these games, but maybe it just didn't suit them for whatever reason. It wasn't mature enough, maybe. Or maybe, I don't know, they just didn't want to have to buy a whole console just to be able to do so. Nintendo is the one that opened this door. They're the ones that let Power World through. That needs to be recognized. So today, we're going to roll around in the mud a little bit. Maybe sling a little.
It's so obvious that Pokemon fell off, too. Like, I know the cards are super popular, bro. I got people telling me I got to open boxes of cards and shit on my stream. I might even do it. But, like, the games are just terrible.
A little bit of it ourselves. We're going to set the record straight, and we're going to talk about how Power World's success isn't even over yet. Hell, it's probably not even begun.
Yeah.
This thing's only going to get bigger. Normally, I don't circle back around to a topic. I like to stick and move when it comes to the things that I cover. But Pal World continued to gain momentum over the weekend, and while my timeline has been filled with people that have been cheering on the game's success, there have been more people either defending Pal World or documenting some of the highest grade meltdowns and coping that I've ever seen from the darkest corners of the Pokemon fandom. And I think that it is very important to make that distinction, because I don't think that these conversations are coming from well-adjusted fans of the largest franchise in history. No, I think that they are coming from the most terminally millennial rejects that have not only made a franchise, but a multi-billion-dollar corporation their god and their identity. I'm talking about 40-year-olds with Pokemon trainer profile pictures staking out your local Costco and Target.
Yeah, bro, like it's the scalpers too. Like they get so obsessed over this shit, it's embarrassing.
In their Vaporeon is my waifu t-shirt while they're in there in the early hours of the morning just so they can sumo.
Oh my god. Welcome to Pokemon 2026, where two grown 30-year-old men choke each other out in front of the Pokestop so they can get all the cards before the 9-year-olds can buy them.
Wrestle each other for a box of Pokemon cards out of the fear that a mom of a 10-year-old might want to buy a pack or two because her kid came home with a good report card. Pal World's success has broken these people. No game should ever or can ever come close to the franchise that they've dedicated their entire lives to. And as Pal World's success has continued, these people have only fallen deeper into depravity. Since my last video talking about the game, Pal World has somehow broken yet another milestone, climbing to a peak concurrent player count of over 960,000 players. That means Pal World has now entered the top 10 most played games in Steam's history twice over. First,
that's fucking insane. It's really fucking insane. Like, can you believe that? Oh my god.
By breaking Counter-Strike 2 with 2.1 million players, and then now by returning and breaking past Elden Ring. These numbers are absolutely insane. They are shared by some of the highest selling, most popular, and most prestigious games in the entire industry. But for whatever reason, some people have decided that that simply just is not enough. In response to the latest peak, one person had said, "This would be impressive if it had doubled the early access launch peak, but it is currently below 50% of its peak CCU, and with only 16K new user reviews added since 1.0, that means barely anyone playing Pal World right now is a new player." They then doubled down later.
Can you imagine they only sold 40 million copies? What if they never sell any more? What if Pal World's dead, guys? What if they only sold 40 million?
Saying that the game is completely and utterly a flop.
Pal World has completely, oh my god, look at that fucking image. Jesus Christ.
In Japan, citing that Japanese player reviews only made up 1% of the game's 442,000 global reviews. This is what happens when somebody discovers SteamDB before they discover statistical literacy. They have the concurrent player counts, percentages, review totals, regional breakdowns. They got the whole forensic investigation laid out right in front of them, and yet somehow they understand less about Pal World's performance than somebody that looked at that chart for about 5 seconds. A non-live service game.
It's because they don't want to understand. Of course you can understand it. It's easy to understand, but they don't want to. They want to invent their own bullshit and then just push that. That's the reason why.
Bringing back nearly 1 million concurrent players years after its launch is statistically absurd. Even Elden Ring, one of the most celebrated games ever made, returned roughly 70% of its original peak with a massive expansion. Pal World returning nearly half of its historic 2.1 million players at its launch is not evidence of failure. It's evidence of an enormous existing audience returning alongside a flood of new players. And using 16,000 new reviews, or the percentage of Japanese language.
Well, this is like that's the level that they're down to, bro. Like they've got to talk about like the amount of new reviews and Japanese like downloads. Like there's got to be some way they can cope. They might be genuinely this stupid. Don't listen to Pokeganda. Is that what it's called?
From a predominantly console-based country Pokemon to be able to calculate how many new people are actually playing the game is honestly ridiculous. The vast majority of players never even leave a review. They cite the 442,000 global reviews accumulated over the course of 2 years, but Pal World sold 15 million copies on Steam in its first month alone.
Well, how many reviews does Pokemon have on Steam? How many reviews does Pokemon Legends ZA have on Steam? They would obviously 0 because it's on console too. So like these people would make the exact argument against what they're saying if it was something that was beneficial to them. These are the people that shouldn't be able to vote.
Back 2 years ago, even against that opening month number, reviews represent less than 3% of players. They are trying to measure an ocean with a shot glass, and they're writing it down to the 6 decimal place. Japan makes this argument even dumber. It is one of the weakest major markets for PC gaming.
You see how he cut the clip whenever he was about to capture it because he fucked up, he couldn't capture it? See, and he, like, you can tell, like, I watched the gameplay in the background, that's what he just did. You see, because he got the boss to 1 health.
Japan
and like the thing that is that like he had like look watch what happened.
To measure an ocean with a shot glass, and they're writing it down to the 6 decimal place. Japan makes this argument.
So he actually hit it for 24 health. So it actually had 1 health left. You see? And so the reason why he didn't want to show it is because this thing, he spawned it and it kills it. He didn't try to capture it. That's the pacifist ring. It's actually crazy. Like, honestly, guys, it really is crazy the fact that there are people in this on this chat that like, I don't know really. I think we might have to get rid of, like, this is, people here shouldn't vote either. So if you have the mercy ring and you hit a target that's below the health pool, there will be an indicator that shows and tells you that you just hit the mercy ring limit, and it would indicate that it was the mercy ring activated. You don't even know that. Mercy hit or some shit, that's a separate ability, and that's from the PAL.
Place. Japan makes this argument even dumber. It is one of the weakest major markets for PC gaming, with console players outnumbering PC players nearly 2-1 and mobile players nearly 4-1. Of course, Japanese Steam reviews are going to be disproportionately low. According to Famitsu, Resident Evil Requiem is the 7th most popular game of the year in Japan, yet only 986 of its more than 104,000 Steam reviews are actually in Japanese. That's not even 1%. So what are these people even doing? They are speaking.
Well, they're not trying to. Damn, you shot that bitch in the head. So they're not trying to figure out what's going on. They're trying to make up some bullshit. That's what they're doing.
Absolute certainty about data that they never even tried to understand, let alone even verify. This is entry-level math, and this man is out here publishing Twitter dissertations like he completed the Human Genome Project because he just learned how to divide 2 numbers.
Yeah.
Then we have people who wouldn't even be bothered to misread the numbers because they would much rather just deny reality entirely. Some people are claiming that the only reason that Pal World surged over the weekend was because, well, YouTubers and their audiences were just playing the game out of...
It seems like YouTubers, interesting how Pal World has dropped so hard and so fast this Sunday. Seems like YouTubers just rallied their audiences to play the game this weekend to try to get the game over 1 million players, and they failed. Like, wait, what?
Right. Other people said that, well, the creators once worked in crypto, so they just kind of decided that every positive post about the game is coming from bots, scammers, or some coordinated campaign. And when none of that works, well, then they just throw their hands up and ask why anyone cares at all. One Nintendo content creator had said, as people spam Pal World's live player count, I ask again, why any of us care? There are likely 15 million people playing Roblox right now. Nobody seems to care about that. It's just being used to argue online. I wish none of us...
Look at his name, Nintendo Prime.
...ever knew that metric.
I wish none of us ever knew the metric. Wait, so you want people to not know how many people are playing your game? Wait, why? Like, I could get that you don't care. I get that you don't have to care. But, like, you don't want people to know that?
The idea that people are only bringing up a number to argue it is hilarious, coming from the people that are actively arguing against that number. They care. They care so much that they desperately want everybody to stop looking at it. Why should we even know this metric is exactly what somebody would say when the scoreboard's still on and their team is getting blown out. That number matters because it gives us a real-time snapshot of how many people are playing a game at once. It helps us gauge how successful a game is, and we need that information because it's serving as a warning for how safe that game is for you to invest your time and your money into. As more games become dependent on live support, the last thing you want to do is buy into something that has no future. There are plenty of people.
It is true, too, that, like, yeah, you want to care about how many players a game has because it shows whether the game is going to be popular long-term. Like, if the game isn't going to be like Marathon's a good example. Like, Marathon is, like, in the shitter, right? Like, New World was the same way. Like, the reason why the player count matters is the player count means what's going to, that's the future, right? The future of the game is that it's going to die. Like, that's just where it's going to go. And so that's the reason why people care. I'm
saving their money right now because they didn't buy Marathon, even though there's a ton of people that are saying that, oh, it's one of the greatest games ever made,
Apparently
even
not.
though it's struggling to hold water. Only the most stalwart Nintendo fans could look at this situation and decide, you know what, the real problem is too much transparency.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'll tell you what. The real reason why people care about these numbers is the message they send.
Exactly.
Pokemon has spent years in
Look at that, bro. Look at that. This is the most popular franchise of all time. This is what they did. The most popular video game franchise of all time.
Years in squalor, putting in the least amount of effort, generation after generation, while maximizing their profits the entire way through.
It's Anubis.
Pokemon is the largest media franchise in history, generating more than $100 billion in revenue by 2024.
Wow.
And the only way that players are going to be able to make their voices heard over its loudest defenders and also its biggest spenders, people who seem completely happy with just eating shit, is for another game to come along with numbers that genuinely threaten it. Steam concurrent player counts give us those numbers, and on that top 10 peak concurrent list that I had shown, Palworld sits above
Because you remember whenever Pokemon Coliseum came out, or Pokemon Stadium, whichever one was the Nintendo 64 one, like, you really thought that, like, I mean, like, whenever that shit came out, I thought that whenever I got older, I'd be playing a game like Palworld, but there'd be Pokemon in it. Pokemon Stadium, yeah. No, not the GameCube one, the Nintendo 64 one. Like, it really felt like that was the next level. Like, we felt like that was like, okay, now we're on another level. Now we're balling out.
Punk 2077, which sold 40 million copies. Elden Ring, which sold 30 million. Hogwarts Legacy, which sold 40 million. These are numbers that actively challenge some of Pokemon's highest selling and highest performing games. Palworld is multi-platform. It's widely accessible. And it gives people a reason not to choose Nintendo now that there is a real alternative that is out there. So when I see people that are tweeting Pokemon doesn't have to do anything because it's the largest entertainment franchise, or that they're floating theories that Sony is secretly funding and running an online campaign against Pokemon.
It's a proxy war by PlayStation to make Nintendo look bad by making Palworld look good.
Pokemon, or that everyone celebrating Palworld is just pretending to like it just to spite Pokemon fans. I have to appreciate the sheer Omega level ego required to believe that any of this is about you. It's not about you. It's about getting around you and reaching a franchise that has spent years shielded from criticism, a franchise that has left countless players behind while farming the blind faith of its most devoted consumers by serving them swill at a
girls, by the way. Girls with low standards.
Price. Palworld doesn't need to destroy Pokemon. It only needs to prove that there are millions of people that are out there that are waiting for someone to deliver something that Nintendo refused to. And that's exactly what this game has done. And it did so perfectly. It did so for half the price with no DLC, no microtransactions, or no live service. Unlike Pokemon, they make you fools pay for evolutions. What are you talking?
Wait, is that true? You have to pay to evolve a Pokemon? There's no way that's true, right? How do you have to pay? It's DLC? So they bring out a DLC, and, like, the DLC of evolution of the Pokemon is behind the DLC. So, like, it's like basically like that. Like, imagine Charizard as DLC, so you can only go to Charmeleon, like, theoretically. Is that real?
talking about? You're not even a part of this conversation anymore. You obviously don't even want your games to get any better. And these plutonium-enriched retards
I like that.
Are coping harder than I have ever seen. And what makes this all so frustrating is that it's for their own benefit. This game needs competition. Pokemon and Nintendo...
Everybody wants Pokemon to be good.
Nintendo as a company needs competition. Anytime any company or service or product is left to its own devices where it has no competition and it effectively has a monopoly, well, they switch from value creation to value extraction, and Nintendo has been running that gambit for decades now. Now, this is when I inevitably hear, but there were other creature collectors. True, but they've also proven that they are not adequate competition. They make fantastic games. Digimon Time Strangers was great. I loved that game. And I also heard that Monster Hunter Stories is also really good.
It was decent, right? And I'm sure, like, the thing is, though, like, people want a real-time game. Like, they do. Like, and Digimon Time Stranger was a good game, but it was not even on the level of Pow World. Like, it just wasn't. Like, it didn't have, like, Pow World is just a much better game. Like, and now you have that Amiibo game coming out, and then you have fucking Azure Premilia. So you even have 2 more creature collectors coming out in the very soon future.
But these guys have not made a dent. They've not even made a scratch, and they've been at it for years now. Decades in the case of Digimon. Pow World left a gaping wound. This game is massive. If you want anybody to blame for your favorite game being threatened, why don't you try blaming the company that left any room for competition? The company that put in the least amount of effort possible. The company that continued to charge you more while offering you less, and then sued anybody else that even tried to come between you.
Well, like, what's weird to me about this is, like, you know, as somebody that plays a lot of Souls-like games, like, whenever Lies of P came out, there was, like, discourse, like, some people liked Lies of P more than they liked, you know, like, Dark Souls. And I was like, great, now I have 2 games to play. But, like, the way these fanboys act, they act like it's, like, an either-or thing. And the reason why, I think, is they've, like, invested their identity into, like, an IP. And if the IP is not the dominant IP, their identity is, like, worthless. And so they hyperfixate around making it seem like this thing is like the popular cool thing to do, because if it's not the popular cool thing to do, then this retard just wasted the last 20 years of his life. That's the reason why.
You're triggered over parody designs and the fact that another game exists other than yours.
Obvious.
Absolutely pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. It's so sad to see. I would block most of these people if it wasn't so entertaining to see them melt down. But we're not done yet. No, we still got more, because Power World's not done either. Not only is this their second step towards their success, but this is going to be a continued success. And no matter what Nintendo tries to do, and no matter what lies people try to say, Power World has become inevitable. So we've been kind of leading up to this, but the one thing that really motivated this follow-up video was the overwhelming amount of disinformation surrounding the Pocket Pair and Nintendo lawsuit. People have been spending years now framing that legal battle as something that it never was, while openly accusing Pocket Pair of a crime that they were never charged with, plagiarism. That accusation was largely left hanging after the game had entered into early access, open to interpretation, and, well, much of that is to the fault of games media. Soon after Power World had launched, a huge portion of the coverage consisted of games journalists and developers that were dragging the game for its creature designs.
They're a bunch of fat millennials that love Pokemon, and they don't want to see Pokemon look bad. That's the reason why the games journalists people were negative about it.
Premise. Eurogamer, quite literally just angry because the game was popular. PC Gamer, Eurogamer, IGN, VGC, GameSpot, Kotaku, all these guys just kept circulating these claims about stolen assets, plagiarism, generative AI, and they were convinced that Pocket Pair had done something heinous. Yet once the game had now reached 1.0, every single one of these guys is silent. Not a single one of these outlets ever went back to correct their accusations or the drama that they helped spread. The only retrospective coverage that I could find was from Dexerto, which had reported that the person that was claiming that they had discovered proof of the stolen Power World models, well, they had actually altered those models to make the plagiarism accusations appear more convincing.
Oh, and I remember that. Yeah, they fucking faked it to make it look... Yeah, I remember that.
Despite all of their reporting on the Nintendo's lawsuit against Power World, none of these outlets ever bothered to mention that the lawsuit never had any claims of plagiarism.
Yeah, it's not about it.
Their silence left the original narrative intact this entire time. The unhinged Nintendo fans have been feeding on it ever since then. We've been seeing these people ask genuinely how or why should anybody ever give Palworld a pass. Then someone responding to the claim that Palworld never stole anything had said, it's not a stretch, don't listen to that dolt. Palworld's first controversy was that it used AI in the character building process.
But it didn't. But like that was actually just totally made up by somebody on Twitter, and that actually never happened. It was a completely manufactured lie. Yeah, so like it wasn't even true.
Feeding every Pokemon into an AI to mix and match them into new ones. Another one had said the developer has spoken highly about generative AI in the past. Palworld exists purely to create controversy and leech off the Pokemon
Are we still pretending like AI isn't like a big thing? Oh, I wonder how many years, like, how much longer we're gonna have to put up with this?
And now we have people that are, yet again, fabricating images of the new legendary creature Panthalis to...
Yeah, they took this, they photoshopped it to make it look like Pokemon, and then they're like, damn, bro, doesn't this look like Pokemon?
Make it resemble Kyogre, and the media is there once again, helping them to circulate it through articles that
written by the gamer.
Perpetuate that lie. Then we see posts that are claiming that Pocket Pair changed the...
I can't wait to see these people lose their job. I can't. I think we should do a thing on Twitter where we keep up with what they do after they get fired to see where they go and work.
Feature designs in 1.0.
AI bad is actually Chinese propaganda. It's I think that partially it is. I'm a big AI fan, and I think the only people that complain about AI are stupid art hosts. And AI is amazing, and I think we need more AI. AI is great.
Because of the lawsuit, and once again, journalists are helping to carry a completely false premise into a wider conversation when every, and I mean every, early access game ends up making massive changes to the designs just by full release.
Wait a minute, so you telling me they changed the way something looked from early access into the basic? That's crazy. I didn't know that. You can do that?
I'm going to say this once. Pocket Pair was never sued over their creature designs. There is no plagiarism or trademark case. Nintendo's entire legal attack was built around patents covering gameplay mechanics that they believed that they had a right to control, including...
And they did get them on one of them. That's the reason why, like, so back in the day, whenever Palworld first came out, you would actually throw the ball. You would throw the little pal, and you would throw the ball, and he would come out of the ball whenever you threw it. And they had to get rid of that because of the lawsuit. People don't remember that.
Throwing a ball or an object to capture a creature, mounting a summoned creature, and more recently, touchscreen functionality used to capture a creature. That's why so many of these journalists who quite literally cheered for Nintendo to sue Pocket Pair suddenly lost their voices once the lawsuits began. These cases had demonstrated that while some of Palworld's creatures were undoubtedly inspired by Pokemon, Nintendo was not alleging that Pocket Pair had stolen their models or plagiarized their designs. Instead, these people had summoned the devil and then wanted to cry about what they had done, crying about all these games that were going to get caught in Nintendo's crosshairs and how damaging it would be for the rest of the industry. That is also why a lot of these same outlets have now surrendered themselves to positive coverage. They're publishing guides, reporting on player numbers, and even celebrating the fact that Pokemon finally has competition, all without acknowledging the narrative that they helped create. Luckily, Nintendo has walked away with nothing, losing their efforts in both the United States and also Japan.
It's actually, like, monumental that Nintendo lost in Japanese court. Like, I don't think people understand, like, how big of a deal that is. Nintendo losing a court case in Japan is, like, fucking crazy.
Just due to the absurdity of their patents. I mean, come on, man. Some of this stuff is absolutely ridiculous, but apparently some due to the absurdity of their patents. I mean, come on, man. Some of this stuff is absolutely ridiculous, but apparently some of it's also
like
because
my understanding is that Nintendo has never lost a lawsuit that they initiated in Japanese courts. Like, it's like literally a win rate of like 100%.
Nintendo most hated force in existence, fan-made games.
That's big.
The plagiarism accusation stopped having anything to do with evidence a long time ago. It has always just been this moral excuse that people have used to not accept that Palworld has earned its audience. Inspiration, plagiarism, stolen assets, generative AI, patent infringement, copyright infringement.
Nobody cares.
All of these things are just completely different accusations that were all thrown into the exact same bucket because accuracy would require these guys to admit that they had lost most of their case years ago.
And it's also that, like, most average players, like, players don't care about plagiarism. Players don't care about, you know, fucking the way the ball mechanic works as long as it plays well. Like, this is something that a company cares about. And I understand that, like, it's bad to do that. But, I mean, Pokemon has taken everything that they had from Dragon Quest. Like, all their models were straight out of Dragon Quest. So, like, I don't really think, like... And it's also like throwing a ball and then having a Pokemon come out of it. Like, okay, yeah, I could see that. But capturing one? Absolutely not. Because, like, you think about it, what do you think you did with a net? What do you think a net was? Like, you think, did Ugg the caveman capture throwing a thing at a fucking deer 2,000 years ago? What are we talking about?
But none of that stopped Palworld from becoming the success that it is. Maybe it slowed it down. Maybe the lawsuits created some uncertainty. Yeah. Maybe 2 years of people screaming plagiarism, AI, stolen assets, and fraud convinced enough people to stay away from it. But it didn't stunt the game's growth. And nearly 1 million people showing up at the exact same time 2 years later is proof of that. Palworld is not some temporary meme anymore. It isn't a novelty. It isn't Pokemon with guns. And it isn't some early access scam that people thought that they were just going to forget about after a month. It is a defined success with a massive audience. And again, nearly every premium game that is surrounding it on Steam's all-time concurrent player chart has gone on to sell 30 million or more copies. Wow. Those are not numbers of a game that is barely hanging on. Those are numbers
at 40, actually.
Of a franchise that is being built right in front of us. Pokemon doesn't just have another competitor, they have a monster to deal with. Palworld is offering almost everything that fans have been asking for Pokemon to do for years, and then they go
like what happened with WoW. Is that, like, Final Fantasy 14, like, the game's had a lot of ups and downs, but, like, WoW kind of lost its main position as, like, the MMO in Shadowlands. And I don't think it's ever really regained that position. It's just that every other game has either fallen off or had some sort of issue, right? Like Lost Ark went into pay-to-win entropy. Final Fantasy 14, I think, seems to have an identity crisis. New World died. There's like a few other ones, right? Throne and Liberty and like every other Korean slop MMO, it just is popular for a week and then nobody cares about it. Throne and Liberty. Like, yeah, I guess OSRS, right? Like that's always like kind of been out there. But like I think that WoW did lose its hegemony on being the MMO. And I think that that's what happened with that. That's what's happening now with Pokemon. Like Pokemon is always like Pokemon's like infinitely bigger than WoW, right? Than WoW ever was. But like at the same time, I do think that's what's happening on a lesser scale.
Beyond it, open world exploration, meaningful multiplayer, base building, survival systems, deeper creature utility, and monsters that actually matter outside of just standing in a field and just slapping each other. It does all of this for less money and, most importantly, across nearly every major platform.
Yeah.
That means that Palworld isn't just giving people an alternative to Pokemon, they're giving them an alternative to Nintendo. You don't need to buy their hardware, you don't need to pay their prices, you don't even need to wait.
That's another thing too, like I would play Pokemon Legends ZA if it was on Steam. I would. I just have no interest on playing on a Switch. I don't want to do that. Like, I'll make an exception for Legend of Zelda because it's such a big game, and I made an exception for Star Fox because it's like one of my childhood games, and I'd make an exception for F-Zero, right, or a new Mario game. But in a general sense, I don't want to play on a fucking console. I want to play on a PC.
Around hoping for the next game to run properly,
personal,
you can buy Palworld and play it on your PC or your favorite console that you already own with friends that probably were never even considering to buy a Nintendo system at all. And Pocket Pair clearly is not treating this game like it's a one-time fluke. They have a trading card game, a dating simulator, a farming game, more updates on the way, and probably a lot more that we don't even know yet. As ridiculous as the premise is, there is a real chance that Palworld just keeps getting better, keeps expanding, and keeps picking up steam.
One of the cool things that Palworld could do that I would like is if they added a shared space where players that, you know, were part of an area could join, kind of like, you know, the Monster Hunter area that they added post-launch, or like that mead hall that they had in Monster Hunter World. Like a player hub, I think would be a really, really cool thing. Like Grand Blue Fantasy Relink kind of had that, or like they at least had the foundation for it. I think that would be really, really, really cool. I don't think they should obviously make it like a MMO thing, right? I mean, no. But I think having a player hub would be really, really cool, where you could go and inspect other players' PALs, and there was like an achievement system that was like built into the base game, not Steam. There was like base game achievement system where it showed like what a player had accomplished, and, you know, have like speed runs, for example, like, you know, you can kill this tower boss in like 1 minute or something like that. I think it'd be really cool. And duels, yeah, I think they have duels, but I'm not even really sure about that. Like, that's what I would want to see them add with PAL World after this. Like, besides that, I'm trying to think what else I'd even really want to see. Like, I think a higher level oil rig would be pretty cool. I think that also like different, like a hard mode for Panthalus would be badass. And what else really would I want to see? Fuck, like, because like I don't think just more content is the right answer. Like, I mean, I think they should expand existing things, but like the game is already extremely complex. I guess maybe evolutions. I think maybe evolving certain PALs would be really cool. Like, I think it's one of the coolest and most interesting things about, for example, like Digimon. Even though they don't make any fucking sense. It's like you can evolve a tree into a fucking girl with cosplay, right? Like, what the fuck? But besides that, I think it'd be cool. A map editor? Maybe, I don't know. Mega Jet Dragon? Yeah, I mean, I think a hard modes of the legendary PALs would be cool. I'd rather just enable upgrades, like flying, like huge flying Kitava. That'd be cool.
And then what happens when a year or two from now we actually get a sequel that gets announced?
Yeah, that'd be
what happens when they take everything that they've learned, all the feedback, all the mistakes, and all the money that they've made, and they build something that's even bigger. PAL World has already proved that millions of people were waiting for an alternative. The next one might prove that Nintendo waited too long to realize what they let through the door. I am 100% a dejected Pokemon fan, somebody that grew up with the franchise but became more and more disappointed as years went on and finally just separated myself from it. I don't like PAL World.
If they did a PAL World anime with the vibe of Chainsaw Man, I think it honestly would probably double the fan base of PAL World, if not more.
Because I want to spite people, and I don't make videos like this just because I want to stick it to Nintendo, though. I'm not going to lie. It does feel good to when I get the opportunity, right? But I hope that this somehow leads to better Pokemon games. I hope it leads to bigger and better PAL World games and bigger and better games from other developers in the future. And while I fully understand that this is a franchise that wasn't going to grow up with me, and I understand that it's a franchise that's made for kids, I never thought it was a franchise that was going to essentially just devolve into nothing more than premium price slop.
I totally agree with this. And it's like also like if you go back and you look at like Iwata, one of the, you know, like obviously rest in peace, right? One of the main Nintendo guys was able to reverse engineer code entire Kyoto, I think, region of the original Pokemon into gold and silver as well. So the thing with Pokemon is that Pokemon was cutting edge until about 2008 to 2012. That's never Pokemon really fell off. Like Pokemon utilized, you know, for example, like the Nintendo DS. Kanto, there is, yeah. The Nintendo DS really well. They had amazing graphics on the Nintendo 64. Like after, and I think that the Nintendo DS was like the last, you know, like really, really high quality Pokemon game, because at that point it just became super formulaic.
That's all it is. They're just farming the people that just keep giving them money for whatever reason. And, you know, somebody needed to step up. Somebody needed to show up and put them in their place. And I think that's largely what's happened recently. And I think that's how a lot of people feel. I think that's why a lot of people are excited about this game and why people want to support it. Nintendo has just gotten way too confident in their walled garden. They've largely just not had any competition, not any real competition. Nintendo and Xbox and PlayStation have just been having a competition between each other to see who can suck more. But, you know, Nintendo has just tried to farm nostalgia, and they've had this audience of people that have been locked into their console that honestly in a lot of ways probably just don't know better. I hate to say it like that, but
They don't know. They don't know what they're doing. Don't hold it against them. They don't understand.
It's like, if you're just a solely Nintendo gamer, you're not really getting exposed to a lot of other stuff in the wider industry, and games take a long time to be able to get to you in a lot of cases. So in most cases, the games that you have to play are the Nintendo
Disney
ones,
adults,
and you know, give credit where credit is due. Nintendo doesn't have a lot of competition for their games because of the unique premise of their games, the unique premise of their audience. But what that means is that without that competition,
I think Nintendo's done a great job innovating. You know, like for example, I thought the new Star Fox. I wish it was new content, right? Like a remake of Star Fox 64 was cool, but like I want a new Star Fox. But hopefully this was just a pilot, right? No pun intended, for like a real Star Fox game that's fully fleshed out. But like, I mean, Tears of the Kingdom, I think they've done a very good job managing that. Breath of the Wild. I think they've done a really great job managing, for example, Mario. I think that, you know, Mario Maker was great. It was exactly what I wanted it to be. And I think there's probably one other Nintendo IP that I think they've done very well at managing. So it's not like Nintendo is incompetent. What's really annoying about it, it's that Nintendo is almost uniquely incompetent about Pokemon. Smash Brothers? Yeah, they keep making new Smash Brothers. Exactly. Metroid, yeah, they've done a really good job with Metroid, I think, as well. Fire Emblem, I think they've done a very good job keeping up with it. Ocarina of Time, I think they're doing a good job because it's also coming with Tears of the Kingdom, right? I love remakes, but I also want to see them alongside new games. So, yeah, I mean, they've done so many good games like this, and, like, why is it that you can't do this with Pokemon?
Out other games to be able to make that comparison to those games, and their quality slips over time.
They haven't done anything with that.
They just get worse, and they continue to until somebody finally steps up and can take the crown from them in this case. And I think that while Power World hasn't taken the crown necessarily, it probably has for a lot of people. I know that I know none of this is going to stop any of the cope. Half of the people that are trying to more than half the people are trying to tear down Power World. They're actually just mentally ill. I kind of really understand that now, especially looking at some of these people's profiles and seeing the people that are posting on Twitter. That's just really
people
guys
that dedicate their identity to being fanboys of a company is like, I mean, like, I just can't imagine doing that. Like, you just have to be like a fucking retard to do that.
You're just shaking cups.
Sorry,
Twitter chains for gas money more than anything else.
You just have to be a fucking loser.
You know, I wanted to try to do my best to be able to set the record straight with this video because I thought it was necessary to do so. I have a lot of respect for this game. I have a lot of respect for the people that made it, and I want to do whatever I can.
It's also another good thing is like Power World succeeded despite all of this adversity, right? Despite systematic adversity from, you know, for example, Nintendo, despite systematic adversity from, you know, fucking the entire media industry trying to misrepresent it. Like, they've done a lot. They've been they've been the underdog. Exactly.
Be able to make sure that people get the right message about this game. And for whatever reason, if you have been holding off from playing it because of any of this discourse, ignore it all and just give the game a shot because it's 100% worth it. You know, as I've said before, this game does hold like a very special place in my heart because it came from the starting of this channel. And I had actually reached out to Bucky, their community manager for Pocket Pair and for Power World, and you know, gave them my thanks and gave them my appreciation and told them, you know, how great it was to actually see the game reach the point that it has. And these guys are really excited. They're really happy with everything that's going on, and they're all feeling pretty positive about what they're going to be doing in the future. And
Winter Soldier,
you know, they took Nintendo's basic formula and they stretched it far beyond what I think a lot of people thought anybody probably would. Well, I think a lot of people try to say that these games are not comparable. You're absolutely right. Power World just does so much more. And while it might not be perfect, and a lot of that stuff isn't necessarily refined, what happens when it is? That's the question that you should be asking. That's the question that I'm looking forward to. You know, Power World as it is already so deep and so complex. It's absolutely absurd. So I just can't wait to see what these guys do next.
Yeah, I'm going to be really curious to see kind of, I think that evolving the PALs is probably the next big, like, what is Power World 2.0 in my opinion? It would have to be Evolutions. I can't see anything else that they could do besides that. I don't know really, like that would probably be the biggest thing. RTS, you know, that's a really cool idea. A tower defense type thing. That'd be awesome. Yeah, wow, that's smart. Yeah, fusions, morphing, exactly. Like, well, you do it kind of like, you know how they do in Persona 5, where like you can combine different personas as well, right? Where like I think some of them take more than like 2 different personas at the same time. Like you'd have to like have a lot of the combination ones, like the amalgamations, like a chimera.
But I'm also looking to
Rituals.
see when these guys start posting some player numbers. I've been hearing some rumblings from some of their people that I had talked to. We might be hearing something soon.
I bet that's going to sell 50
pretty
million.
interesting. Anyway,
I bet it will.
Hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends, share it on social media, follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Peace.
I like this video a lot. Honestly, like I focus a lot on negativity with games, but the reason why I try to not do that too much is that, I want games that are like Pow World to be successful. And I want to promote games that I think are good games, that I think are fun. And so, like, there's the video. Make sure to like it, guys. I watch a lot of Legendary Drops videos. I think he makes great ones. Guys, gentlemen, everybody, we are back again at All Craft. Today, I'm joined with Rich. We had somebody else who was going to be here with us, but unfortunately, they were affected by a close friend of theirs was Oliver Tree. And so they're taking some time off to deal with that, process all that. Really crazy. Like, honestly.
Just got home from Spider-Man Brand New Day. I have never seen the theater that packed. I genuinely, I haven't. Not only was the parking lot to the theater full, the parking lot at the business next door was full, and I ended up having to park at a business next door to that business because there was just no spots left. And I got my tickets today, which means the only seats left were front row seats, so you know I was planted in that swamp-ass throne, staring straight up like I was about to be abducted by aliens. So, that's my fault. I should have anticipated that, but fucking zoinks. Crazy how many people are showing out for Spider-Man. Anyway, is the movie any good? Yeah, I think it's very good. Do I think it's the best Spider-Man movie? Like, right now, the glaze is, it's going nuclear about how it's the best Spider-Man movie ever made, the best Spider-Man since Spider-Man 2, that kind of thing. I personally wouldn't go that far. There's a lot to like about this movie, and we're going to get into spoilers. You know I've been doing spoilers a lot, so here's your spoiler warning right now. Weep, 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 weep. That's me tickling on your spoiler nipples there. The reason it's getting compared to Spider-Man 2 so much is because of some similarities with what Tom Holland's Peter Parker is going through in this film, kind of mirroring what Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man went through in Sam Raimi's trilogy. In that, in here, he's dealing with a lot of emotional disconnection from his friends as a result of what happened in No Way Home, and it's weighing on his psyche so heavily. Years have gone by, and he has isolated himself because he is just, he's feeling like he has to do everything alone to keep the people he cares about safe, and it is taking its toll on him. So he is really starting to succumb to that desperate need for human connection, but forcing himself to abstain, and now the spider part of him is starting to take over, and he's getting like these new power boosts that are also coming at the expense of like his normal humanity, and as such he's even able to shoot organic webs now, which I fucking loved. I thought that was super hype, and I actually really like the way they explore this, because I thought after No Way Home they were going to take a really easy, safe path of like connecting Peter with his friends again, like, oh, they forgot me, I wiped everyone's memories, but if I just go say, hey, it's me, Peter, and then, you know, wave at them, it'll jog their memory, like, oh, I love this guy, that kind of thing. And then MJ will fall in love with him again, Ned will be his best bro again, fucking butt chugging in the shower and all that. No, this movie doesn't do that. It goes in a much, like, it sticks to its guns. It does not just give Peter the easy way to reconnect. And in fact, it is really holding its ground in that aspect, because there's a scene here where MJ is in trouble. I'm trying not to just spoil everything, by the way. I'm not just dumping everything here. So, like, this is spoilers, but within reason. I'm not just ruining the whole movie for you. MJ is in trouble when the main villain starts using her to really get under Peter's skin. And in an effort to keep her safe, he puts MJ with Frank Castle to protect her. Frank Castle actually had a pretty sizable role in this movie. I didn't expect the Punisher to be here in like a big way, but he is. I will say that this is a very neutered Punisher. I never actually finished the show, not because
life is happy, but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. worlds have just begun. We were.
Because I didn't like it, it's just much like Daredevil. I don't know, I just dropped it somewhere along the way, even though I thought it was good. Eventually, I will go back and watch it, but this is a very different Punisher than you are probably expecting. And in fact, he's kind of used as like almost a like buddy cop dynamic with Spider-Man, where they're like bickering, and it actually feels like very comic book derivative, like their relationship. They have really good chemistry, and I thought, like, this is where most of the comedy in the movie comes from. I thought for the most part it did well without being obnoxious. I really did kind of like their relationship, even though this Punisher version is like Weenie Hut Jr. Punisher. Like, I didn't have a huge complaint there, but I think if you're like a big fan of the Punisher and the way John Bernthal in particular has been portraying him in the series, this might be like kind of not what you'd want to see for it, but I thought it worked well for the movie, so I don't have like a huge issue there. But anyway, MJ is in this safe location with Frank and Spider-Man, and when Spider-Man leaves, she finds that note that Peter had written that kind of explains the whole situation, why she doesn't remember him. And she reads that note, learns that these two were, you know, in love so deeply, so close, and what Peter did, the ultimate sacrifice to keep her safe. She reads that, and you think that this is going to be the moment where she's like, I remember everything, I love you, Peter. No. In fact, she's like, hey, that's just kind of not me. Like, that girl is not me. I don't have those memories. I don't know you. I've never met you. I don't have any of these experiences with you. And like, and it's not in a cold way where she's being like some asshole about it. Like, it's a very understandable perspective. Like, this is a complete stranger that she only met hours ago, that apparently they had like a whole life together for, you know, this whole history. She doesn't know any of it. So how is she all of a sudden just going to like reciprocate those feelings? And she's like really sympathizing with Peter about how hard that must be, but the truth is she just doesn't fucking know you, bro. Like, and that's just the brass tacks. And it's not like a hopeless thing. The door is still left open for them to, like, you know, get close again and fall in love again, especially with the way the movie ends. Like, they very clearly plant that seed. But I do appreciate that they didn't just instantly, you know, overwrite such a huge, weighty decision from the last movie that had such an emotional impact. I think they explore it well. I think they really do a good job of looking at Peter Parker and like what this isolation, this self-imposed isolation is doing to him. And I think the first half of the film is the best part. Because the first half of the film, and again, this is why it gets compared so closely to like Sam Raimi's, is because it feels much more grounded as like the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. He's fighting Scorpion. You know, he's fighting the Hand, Tombstone. Granted, there's not like a ton of scenes with these characters, but it is cool to see it, and it feels very much like a comic book. I think visually it looks really, really good. I think there were some very creative shots when it comes to his action. I thought they fucking crushed that. So like the first half, I have no complaints at all. I thought it was very solid. But somewhere along the way, I think they started to lose their footing a little bit. And for me, I think the biggest symptom of that is their need to bring in Bruce Banner. Like, it makes sense why Peter would go to him because he has the inhibitor and what he's going through. He wants to, like, pick his brain about how, like, can we use this technology for me kind of thing. But, of course, he doesn't, like, reveal that he's Spider-Man or anything. But that's how Bruce gets brought into it, and that's subsequently how Hulk gets brought into it. Because Hulkmania is running wild, brother. Hulk smash. They bring out Hulk where Spider-Man fights Hulk. And the Punisher also fights Hulk, which that was a little silly. The Punisher's bullets really packed an extra oomph where the Hulk was really bothered by him, even though the Hulk would just fucking one-tap him, just insta-gib the Punisher there. Which is, you know, you gotta suspend your disbelief a little bit there. But yeah, it felt like they brought in the Hulk just for the sake of bringing in the Hulk, because that's a really big draw. Like, who doesn't want to see Spider-Man fight the Hulk? I don't think it was like a really great excuse to bring him in, and I don't think it hit super hard, and he's dismissed very quickly and never mentioned again. He has like 2.5 scenes, and one of them is just an all-out fight with Spider-Man, which I think is a really good-looking scene. I think it's a very hyped fight, but then afterwards, they just forget about him, which makes sense for the movie to not have him be like a central character in it. I get it. But like, why even bring him in the first place for it? Like, I feel like I just didn't love narratively how he played into it. I do like the fight though, so like, I appreciate the fight. I think they did a good job there. And then the other thing that I'm kind of lukewarm on is Jean Grey. So Sadie Sink plays Jean Grey, and I think it's an interesting take on Jean, but I don't think all of it really lands. So Jean in this movie, she has the ability to possess people. And she has the ability to hop from person to person, and she's the major antagonist, how she's hopping around and trying to find information and trying to find something called VMAX, which she believes ties into her sister in some capacity with where she's been taken. Her sister and her share the same ability. And her sister was kidnapped by the Department of Damage Control to basically weaponize her. And that's the motivation behind Jean Grey going on this, like, rampage, so to speak. And I think all of that's fine. And I think the performance from Sadie Sink as Jean Grey is also solid. I just don't... like I said, I'm not trying to just ruin the entire movie. I don't really like how it ends with Jean Grey here. Without getting too specific, she goes into Peter Parker's mind, and she has this big, like, come to Jesus moment. She gets to, basically talk with Aunt May, and Aunt May really touches her heart, which leads to, like, some big stuff happening. But why? She, not too long ago, also went into Frank Castle's mind, and Frank Castle's background, his lore, is extraordinarily sad and tugging on the heartstrings. And Jean kind of makes it a joke like, ooh, man, it's dirty in here. You got some bad stuff that happened. Yeek. So for all the loss he experienced and everything he went through, it's like, gross stuff in here. Like, and kind of like making like a quick little quip about it. And she also goes into Bruce's head, which I would say is far, like, darker and a lot of, like, very emotional things that I think probably would have resonated with Jean. I mean, like, Bruce openly talked in a previous MCU movie about, like, how he's trying to kill himself and, like, everything that he's experienced, and he has experienced loss too. Like, she went into some, like, really, like, dark places. I would say Peter Parker's probably not even, like, the top one there, but his is the only one that for some reason hits home, where she, like, actually cared. And of course, like, it does make sense for the narrative here, especially like with the speech Aunt May gives and how it, like, applies to what Jean's gone through. But, like, again, I feel like with some of the minds she had went through as well, probably would have been able to get something similar along the way there too, but she kind of just wrote them off as, like, jokes, or, like, doesn't take them seriously. So I found that to be a little odd. Again, I'm not trying to, like, just spoil the ending or anything, which is why I'm still talking a little vaguely about it. Like, I don't think Jean Grey was bad in this movie by any means. Like, I do think it was a solid villain. I watched more of the World Cup this year than I ever have in my life, and throughout many of the matches, I thought to myself, wow, these goalkeepers are trash. I could have saved that. Which I recognize how irrational that is, especially considering I've never played goalkeeper or anything. Even when I did actively play soccer for years, it was not in goal. But I couldn't help but have that little devil on my shoulder whispering those sweet nothings in my ear about how I could have been the hero there. So I told my friends in confidence that I felt I could have saved a lot of these shots, and I was very upfront about never being able to save any PKs. I know for a fact that was just not in the cards for me, especially given my apprehension to injuries. Like, I have this fear of hurting myself at all times, which is why I move around like a geriatric old man. So I knew diving was already going to be hard. But I still felt I could save a lot of what I saw there. They wanted to put it to the test, so we got together with a professional and went to the Rowdies facility here so I could learn and see how I do in net. Spoiler alert, as I anticipated, diving was very hard for me, basically non-existent. I could only do, like, falling over, like, during the drills. And it's not just me. Diving in net is fucking terrifying. So on the other channel, Matt, Aaron, and Chase also went in net, and not a single one of them dove either, by the way. Like, it's a very hard thing to do. Also, I think I was the best goalie out of the entire group, statistically speaking. Also, even as a professional goalie, penalty kicks are just fucking brutal to try and save. Like, even against amateurs like us. I haven't kicked a soccer ball since middle school, maybe early high school. And even I was able to squeak in a couple stinkers on Jeff in net with PKs.
You taught me everything you knew. Time to use it against you. Well, that's not where I wanted that. Oh yeah? I can see the steam coming off of them.
So I think penalty kicks are just a fucking coin flip. You gotta guess correctly, and if you don't, even diving makes it hard. Because it's not like I was sending like a fucking 200-mile-per-hour meteor towards the net. It's just, that shit's brutal. And I knew that going into it. Like I said, I didn't think I'd be able to stop any penalty kicks, but I was convinced I could at least stop quite a bit of action from making it to the back of the net. Anyway, let me show you how the goalie experience went. It was a lot of fun. I learned a lot.
Hey, superstar athlete Charles here. I was watching the World Cup, and every time a goal went in, I thought to myself, I could have stopped that. It is, I recognize, very unlikely, but I was very convinced numerous times that had I been in goal, I would have been able to make the triumphant save. I used to play soccer back in middle school. I'm sure you've probably heard rumors of my misdeeds out there.
Now, while it is true I played in middle school, I was on the cover of soccer magazines in elementary school. That's when I was really in my prime soccer form. That was me at my highest level, my peak. Yeah, I was a highly sought-after soccer prospect. They were calling me Little Messi.
Oh, that looks like it's something.
How to handle crosses on page 34. I wrote the book.
There's legends told the stories of that.
Yep, the 5'6" Florida man phenom. Feeling extremely confident, and I'm joined by Jeff, an actual professional here. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name's Jeff Atzinella. I played 9 years in Major League Soccer, made 3 MLS Cups, won a championship with the Tampa Bay Rowdies here.
Just looking at it, I feel like I take up a good amount of space already in there. Well, you haven't seen me get wide and lat spread yet.
That's true. I haven't seen the full range of.
Okay, now you look like a soccer player with your hair pulled back.
Yeah, Chelsea gave me the Holland bun.
Well, yeah, I think that's what Charlie kept saying. He was like, I don't get it. Erling Haaland has so many goals, I'd stop all of them.
I just kept saying, this guy's so lucky.
He's like, yeah, that guy's really not that
If I know one thing about Charlie,
He's pretty overrated.
yeah. If I know one thing about Charlie, it's that when he sees a massive human like trying to do a header right in front of him, he's gonna go up and stop that.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I thought this was a joke or something, but you gave me like pee-wee shin guards.
Wait, no, that's not your cup.
Nice, dude.
Yeah.
The hair really does make a big difference for you.
Yeah, because now you actually think I can do it, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I'm like, okay, you can actually stop. You're making me believe. The knee pads really make me believe.
Well, this is going to catch on soon. By the next World Cup.
Is anyone else gonna tuck it in? Does it look cool?
No, I think yours looks cool. Yeah.
I'll let you keep the tuck.
It's a classic look.
It's retro. I'm too used to hockey. You tuck the jersey, everybody just makes fun of you.
Yeah.
Mostly Danny.
It's only because your pants are really big, so it looks like you're wearing a diaper.
Yeah, true. Like, not just mine, everybody.
With the gear on, we were all ready to go. I had my elbow pads, my knee pads. You know, you couldn't have blown my shit up with dynamite. I was so protected. Now, unfortunately, they didn't get the pyrotechnics in our walkout music, so we did this in pure silence. But in front of 50,000 roaring, screaming fans, we were here ready to put on quite the show and really put my delusion to the test. Overall, I was feeling extremely confident going into net.
Show me big dog in the net. There we go. There we go. Do you feel like you can still defend the whole thing?
I think so. It's not far away. It's pretty close.
Now, Jeff, do you have something like on a PK, like a routine where you jump up and hit the crossbar or anything?
So you do a little bit of this, make yourself look big, you know?
Okay.
He looks big. He looks big.
Stay on the line before they kick it, though, so you can't come forward until they kick it. Okay. So your feet have to go on the line, but a little bit, a little intimidation. Yeah. So I'm just going to kick this ball towards you.
Yep.
Hands behind it. You always want to try to do like a W catch.
Okay.
That's like the key. W catch right there.
Got it.
Fingertips, not palms.
Got it.
You want me to kick it or you want me to throw it?
Let's do a throw first.
Throw first, all right.
Feel it.
Easy.
Okay.
So I get your weight off your heels. There you go. Yeah, you want to be a little bit more mobile. There you go. All right, a little side to side. There it is. Easy. Easy game.
That's what I'm saying.
Easy game. Easy game.
Oh, yeah.
All about the footwork. There you go. You are in the goal, so I'd probably come out of the goal. Yeah, because those are all goals. Yeah, so I make sure.
He fooled me.
But that's a minor detail.
Yeah.
In front of the line is usually ideal.
Yep. You guys might be in some trouble.
This is Mangekyo Sharingan activating.
All right, good.
Attaboy. Here we go.
Hey, listen, there's warm-ups. the hands were there.
Sounds good.
All right, if you're going to dive, you always want to dive forward.
Okay.
That's like 101. Because if you dive backwards, it's in the goal. And if you dive forward, it cuts down the angle a little bit more.
Okay.
Like being a goalie is all about angles. So it's all about like trying to cut down the angles because you're trying to limit how much the goal is behind you.
Okay. Is there anything ceremonious about how to dive, or do you just kind of like throw yourself at it? Like, is there a safe way to do it?
Safe-ish. So you want to land like, if you're going to land, you want to land here and here. It's like you always want to land on your side. So you don't want to do like the Superman land on your stomach because that hurts.
Okay.
And then if you're landing on your back, that means you're diving backwards, so that hurts as well.
Got it.
So the idea is limiting the pain that you experience. So
Great.
Here. So if you're going to dive, right? Like if you're going to dive to this ball, you're here and it's step and forward. So like you see how like here, and here?
Yeah.
Like that's the way that you want to dive.
Okay.
Like,
even just going like this is somehow scary to me. That's crazy. Ready?
Yes. Yeah, hold. We'll do it like a drill training session.
Yep.
Get your body here.
Okay.
There you go. Much better.
You thought that was going in, didn't you?
I don't like. Here, you want to ease into it?
Yeah.
Ease into that? All right, sit on your bottom.
Okay.
There it is.
9-year-olds can't do this, can they?
Get up to your. They do okay. All right, get up to your knees.
Okay.
Same thing, just dive to the ball. There you go. Well, stomach. Avoid the stomach.
Yep, that's bad.
Avoid the stomach, that hurts.
Yep.
Pain management. Yeah, there you go. Use the ground as like the third hand. So one hand behind it, one hand on top.
Okay.
There you go.
There it is.
Oh, that was good.
All right, now I'm getting confident.
Oh, stomach. That's
Yeah,
okay.
nope.
Still safe. Still safe.
All right, so we're shooting on Charles now.
You want to go, Aaron?
Give him a taste of what he's in for.
Start us off.
All right, do you have a strategy?
Just kick it to either side to be completely honest.
Okay, all right.
Get on the ground.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh. All right, sorry. It's
We count
best
that
2
as
out
a
of
save.
3.
That's
Yeah,
a
I was-
save.
I mean, I was there too. I just
We
knew.
count that as a save every time.
Go from the internet to hitting the crossbar is cool if you mean to do it. So, yeah, just say you did.
Nice. He's reading you like a book.
Yep, I called it too a second ago.
Yeah. Oh, all right. I think unfortunately you can't really do the stutter step against Charlie because he doesn't go down. So like he's kind of immune to that.
I didn't go.
That's the one where you dive.
Yeah, I needed to dive.
Yeah. All right, you're 1 for 1. They're 1 for 2. That's all right.
Tried aiming right. It didn't work.
I like it though. You're trying some tricky stuff with your eyes.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
good. Yeah,
yeah.
you're trying to throw them off. You're trying to throw them off a little bit. That's good.
Oh, tried to pick the side there. All right, so far I'd say Charlie is bested in you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has.
We all knew that would happen, though.
I know.
All right.
I'm not here to prove I can beat scrubs.
Do you have a strategy you're thinking about?
No, I'm gonna be real. I think with my luck, I'm gonna end up just right in the face, unintentional.
Oh, almost got it.
We got some. PKs are significantly easier when they don't hit the goal. I will say that.
Oh, what a strike! There it is. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the title's not clickbait. It's actually here. The Trump mobile device, it's finally arrived. This thing must have went around the world 6 times and back, but it finally made it into my lap. Genuinely, I started to lose hope that it was going to arrive, and then it actually never came through Trump Mobile. Big spoilers. The T1 device that I pre-ordered, that fucking thing fell into the back rooms, I guess. That order is never being fulfilled, I don't think. This one actually was a gift from a happy Trump Mobile customer who felt bad for me, so they had their fun with it. That was big time acting, by the way. I actually got tears and a ton of snot out, and now I can't stop. I opened the floodgates and now it won't stop. Wow. And to think that I haven't been recruited to a blockbuster film since the Hunger Games, huh? What a tragedy. But anyway, this is a real Trump Mobile device. It's not empty. I can tell it's not empty. But I refuse to open the sarcophagus yet. Not because I'm afraid of like a mummy's curse or anything, but because I'm saving it to experience it with my friends. A gift is best experienced with others. The ones that you cherish the most. Family and friends. Man, I was acting so hard my body is confused on the emotions to feel. But yeah, as I said, this is...
For many people, my existence is a soulless, degenerate, disgusting existence. I live the lifestyle of a fiend and a degenerate.
After 9 years of friendship, a couple of mistakes, today we are finally making the right choice. It's time for Asmon to dive into Warhammer.
Again, okay? Like, to be fair, I did Warhammer when I was like 15, okay? So this is like 45 years ago or something like that. So I recognize like 3 of these units. Everything else is all totally new to me.
All right.
And so we're going to be picking out an army today, figuring everything out, and I'm going to be trying to get back into it. I don't know how much we're going to get to, but we'll do what Rich, because basically Rich has spent the last 3 years wasting his life and also his girlfriend's money. Mia Malkova, by the way, I don't know how this happened, but like anyway, wasting all of her money.
The army that OnlyFans built.
That's right. And it's the Salon-Esh army, right?
Yeah, how did you know?
Okay.
You know a little bit too much about Warhammer and my girlfriend.
I've seen a lot of YouTube videos, okay? Like, yeah, I've seen a lot of them, so I understand a little bit, okay? Just not a whole lot, and I did play Space Marine too. But besides that, I don't know anything else about it.
You're not wrong, man.
Yeah.
I was gone for 3 years, and this is all I did. This one's pretty special to me, because, you know, when we first kind of started to get back in the saddle, making content together again, you were talking about all the games that, you know, you're like, oh, how was Metaphor? How was this? How was that? And I was like, dude, it was all about Warhammer for me. I'm excited to, like, show you how much
he has, like, an
changed.
entire, like, he had, like, drawers. He's, like, going through his house, and he's, like, pulling out, like, entire drawers of stuff. And it's just, like, full of these little miniatures. It's like, oh, my God. Like, what is this? It's insane. It's crazy.
The thing that's so cool about the game, too, is, like, straight up, you get to travel all over the place, meet a bunch of really cool people, and when you actually play a game of 40K, you're not really playing against your opponent as much as playing the game with them, and it's a very collaborative process. I met so many cool people, and we actually, like, when we were finding out where we were going to shoot this, got to meet even more cool people.
Yeah.
We're here at Fellowship Games right now in Texas, and I think now we get to start figuring out what army you're going to play.
We're going to start. Okay, so in my opinion, whenever I was a 15-year-old retard, I was playing Chaos Space Marines.
Yeah.
And now I'm a 36-year-old retard, so I think let's keep doing that. I think everybody knows what the expectation will be.
I don't know, man. It's kind of seeming like the Chudpocalypse here. You had a girl over last week. You came in. You literally showered. I literally looked at you.
Okay. That. To be fair, appearances can be deceiving. So we have first thing. Why the fuck is there a dragon here?
So that is from that's Age of Sigmar. That model.
Age of Sigmar.
Is that offensive to you?
That's a golden dragon. Those are like the highest level dragons in Dungeons and Dragons. Absolutely not. They're the rarest and like most important dragons.
Wow, this guy saw a dragon and completely pivoted the video.
Well, I mean,
welcome to the Age of Sigmar video.
Well, I mean, it's on the.
Who put the dragon on the table?
It's on the table. Yes. I don't know what you want me to say. So there's two separate games. Is that correct?
There's like a few. So it's basically there's Age of Sigmar, which is fantasy, which has incredible models, but I think that the rules are, like, I don't know. I think that the rules might be a little bit cringe. I haven't personally played. 40K is for the Giga Chads, all right? That's where the skilled
Well, I'm not
players
saying I
hang out.
want the dragon. I think it looks very cool, but like,
If you want the dragon, I'll buy you the dragon.
Yeah, okay.
So, like, there's Age of Sigmar, then there's Old World,
right,
which is literally the models from when we were, even before we were kids.
Yeah.
And so, like, they kind of brought that back. That had a revival. Then there's 40K, and then there's also Kill Team.
So the other one is what this is like from Armored Core. Is this like a real? Is this like a real unit you can use in the game?
Yeah, that is a. But
how many points does this one cost? Like 30,000?
2,180.
2,000. Wait, just
but you usually
this
play,
guy.
Yes, you usually play a 2,000 point game.
So then he wouldn't be in the game.
Yeah, you would have to play like a 3,000 point game.
Okay. Well then, I
But
mean,
you
if
could do
if it's a 3,000 point game, it's just wouldn't it just be this guy and like these guys here, and that'd be it?
Pretty much.
What the fuck?
Well, get the job done. Get the job done.
Okay.
Come with me.
Okay.
It's time.
All right.
It's time. It's time.
No, it's way more than that.
No, it's 2 to the power of 8, 1 in 256.
No, Shy. It is 156. What about? Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
It's kind of likely given how many people are queuing up at the exact same time. It's just like we're human and
listen,
don't you play Vel'Koz? This guy probably has
Vegas,
every
Vegas.
match.
I got this, bro.
He knows trigonometry. He knows fucking everything. Like,
Okay, so
whatever,
listen, guys, listen. Riot has officially stated that they use skill-based matchmaking. ASAP, will you agree with that?
Skill I mean, that's what matchmaking is. They have some sort of rating that assigned to you, and then
wait, hold on. I just want you to agree with me. Skill-based matchmaking. Will you agree with me that is because it's literally what they've come out publicly and said that they use? Will you give me that they have come out and said that they use skill-based matchmaking? Yes or no?
Given that the game uses ranked, yes, that is what skill-based matchmaking is. It's not normal games randomized. Even normal games aren't randomized for the experience of players.
No,
get, like,
so this
fairer
is
matches.
this is a reason why the proof is in the pudding that losers queue exists. Because if it didn't, Riot would say they use MMR-based matchmaking. If matchmaking in general, as a generalized concept, would just be a thing where it's like you get 10 players that have similar rank, gold players, silver players, and bronze players, and even platinums would have literal 5-second queues. The reason why you get queue times are longer is because they try to sit there and optimize it in a way where everybody gets matched around similar MMR brackets in this like way where you're gonna have everybody leaning towards 50%. So the people that are win streaking need to be matched with anchors, and the people that are lose streaking need to be matched with fucking with airplanes are just gonna carry them. This is literally how ASAP, think about it. Why would there be 35-second queue times in gold? Are you really gonna tell me that League of Legends would not have 10 gold players instantly queuing up at any given time? You're really gonna like
there's a lot of gold players queuing up. They're trying to get the fair matches by giving you the exact role, that's why people get main roles essentially all the time at gold, because they wait a little bit extra longer. They've done the studies, they know how long people are willing to wait. And like, it doesn't really matter if you wait 5 seconds or 35 in gold, if they can ensure like you get your role better satisfaction and a closer match. Like, I don't see why they would want to.
No, but that is the perfect thing. You just said a closer match. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, they do
and
the closer
what
match.
dictates
Yeah.
the closer match? The closer match, like
Autofill parity and the role parity, main role parity, secondary, all of that, and closer in elo.
No, it's not about elo. It's about it's about whether or not you're hot streaking, you're cold streaking, what champions you main, if you get countered by the enemies, if they're gonna give a guy on the like. There's a reason why it's not guaranteed who gets what role when you spawn into a game, and the reason why is because sometimes Riot will literally sit there. They'll give you 2 Fizz 1 tricks on your team, but then the enemy team has a Fizz 1 trick and yes, first pick.
So you're saying, let me get this. Let me get this straight. So you're saying that they basically get 2 Fizz players 1 tricks on purpose in one lobby, so they would sandbag them.
Yes.
No.
They're searching. They're scanning and searching for such things.
Vegas, it does happen. Yes.
Not specifically 1 tricks, but specifically people who are not on their main hero. Yes.
Or it'll be a thing where, for example, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to play Hecarim. How is it possible that sometimes I'll be playing in, let's say, Master Lobby, where you can easily find many Master players, but then I have a guy on my team that's also a Hecarim 1 trick that's now filled mid. Or on the enemy team, there's a Hecarim 1 trick that gets first pick, and then
you
afterwards
play like 50 games a day. You're addicted. You grind League of Legends much like me, much like everybody else. We play all the fucking time. You're experiencing this through a human lens, which is just not very good at parsing this information. Like, if you get like 3 inters in a row, you're gonna think it's some divine retribution that the god is striking you down for something you've done that morning, and then you're gonna come up with a conclusion that's what's happening, and you think it's like some sort of karmic justice there, but it's just literal randomized chance. But you're a human.
So ASAP, the problem with this is that you're taking isolated occurrences and you're attributing them as isolated occurrences. So when I tell you, for example, oh yeah, they're gonna get first pick, they made my champion, you're like, well, that doesn't prove losers queue. But it's all the back end shit that's happened in the past that we know is happening, that we know that Riot have even come out and said and talked about, that is the foundation for why everything that I'm talking about are just like the decorations that showcase it to you right in front of your eyes.
ASAP, if there is a skill-based matchmaking and you are designing a matchmaking algorithm that you want to make as fair as possible, what is more fair than gearing everyone towards a 50% win rate? There's nothing more fair than that, which is the reason why Riot uses it, right?
The thing is, they don't have to like listen. If you have a matchmaking system that works, it's literally just the basic of the basic elo system based like chess. If you have the very basic matchmaking system that is functional, meaning you get placed with the people of your elo, you get similar gains when you're playing with the people of your elo, you're gonna tend towards 50% win rate. No matter what, you don't have to fiddle with it. You don't have to do anything. If it works, it's gonna get you to 50% win rate over time, precisely because you're playing versus people who kind of match against you. If you start win streaking, you're gonna be placed in lobbies that are more difficult, playing against better players because you're higher elo. Then it's gonna lower your win rate.
And it fine tunes it. How come at the top 1% in TFT, the people have a higher win rate in a random game than in the top 1% in League? It's still everyone's closer to 50. Why, if it's RNG or not?
Wait, what? I didn't. Can you repeat that?
Like I feel like TFT is a game that should have more variables than regular League. Do you agree? Like it should be.
No, TFT has less variables than League.
Less variables than League. Wow.
Yeah. You exert your impact in quickly, like in higher frequency through TFT than League of Legends.
Well, TFT has losers queue too, but
TFT is like controlled RNG. It's basically like playing Slay the Spire or like deck builders or roguelikes. It's controlled RNG that you can kind of play with and make decisions based off of the RNG. Whereas League of Legends is you just paired up versus 5 unknowns with 4 unknowns. So like you're just 10% of the game.
Are consistently like the MM just sucks when you get people that are one tricks on your team and none of them are on their one tricks and they get 4 one tricks and they're all 4 on their one tricks. It's so that's actually just,
the thing is you don't notice when that happens for you because you're just having too much fun stomping the enemies and you're glazing yourself like I'm so fucking good wrecking these kids.
The game
and you don't notice it, you don't think about it, but you only think about it when you lose.
Half your games. Exactly. So it makes sense why they would want that because even if you're a worse player, you could beat better players 50% of the time because of RNG. That makes sense. So everybody is happy exact same amount of times.
Yeah, but that just happens normally. You don't have to like skew anything for that to happen.
Well, the thing is, like, okay, ASAP, listener, we know for a fact that Riot is willing. Will you listen?
Yeah.
Will you at least be willing to admit? Will you listen?
Yeah.
Will you at least be willing to admit that Riot has been elo inflating players for years now?
Elo inflation happens. I don't know if they're doing it deliberately or they just don't understand where the game is going and how to fix it or how to contain it. This is like a complex issue.
But okay,
there has been inflation over the years. Yeah, obviously, like because the numbers are now
every
absurd.
year has inflation. Every year has inflation, right? And the way that Riot, like, the problem with you, ASAP, and I think this is like the real issue, is that you view Riot as an individual rioter, whereas you have to view Riot as a company that wants to maximize profits. What Riot has consistently done over
that's
the
what they're
last
doing.
Okay.
That's what they're doing.
Exactly. So this is the reason why it is the way it is, right? With losers queue, winners queue, and like skill-based match. Like the thing about it is that winners queue and losers queue has to exist in any game where you want to have a fair matchmaking system. It legitimately has to. Because if it doesn't, then you will just have outliers at one end of the spectrum or the other end of the spectrum, where it's like they're either just completely hardstuck when they shouldn't be, or in way above elos where they shouldn't be. So you need to have some kind of like facet that's going to sit there and tie everything together that kind of pushes everything towards the center.
So how do you explain like the same exact people reaching rank 1 in like multiple different years, like Phantasm going crazy, Natty not going crazy, hitting rank 1 like EU, Korea? How does that happen?
Because they're slightly better than the average other top player, so the game is forced 50, but they make it a forced 52% because they're really good.
Yeah, that's it, exactly.
Wouldn't
yeah,
that, like okay, let's say if you had a super fair matchmaking system, wouldn't that be more likely or less likely to happen?
Okay, wait, ASAP, I have a better.
No, just like if you had a more fair matchmaking system than whatever you're thinking is skewed, like wouldn't that be more likely to happen that the best player would emerge at the top? If you have more fair foundationally system, wouldn't that be more likely to happen?
What, that better players get
the best player gets the rank 1 multiple times? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can do it because if you're just levels above everybody else, sure, but that's not a thing that you should base it on. Like, you have to understand that
the whole existence of people reaching rank 1 multiple times, like Agarin hitting multiple times rank 1, Natty not hitting multiple times rank 1.